Uh, Good morning, colleagues. Maybe let's start. Apologies for starting a bit late. Um, it's the same reason of every day. The Cape Town traffic. Um, for those of us who come from the north, coming to town, which makes it all members of the committee who comes from the north side of Cape Town. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, DDGs present, Chairperson of CGE, and all people from CGE who are here with us. Good morning, members. We've not met in a while because of Parliament was seized with debating different budgets. We debated ours on the 3rd of July. Very nice debates from you members. Obviously, some of you were not going to agree with the points you've raised in the debate, but you debated well, represented your political parties well. We must remember that when we are in Parliament, we are representing all people of South Africa, and we have to think about them even next week Wednesday when we are voting for the budget, budget vote 17. I know political parties would have declared whether they are going to support or not support the budget. But for the next 7 days, we are now going to fast for you to speak to your conscience. We must remember that if you don't pass that budget, the destitute, the poor, will not be catered for. And therefore, we're going to pray for you so that you vote correctly next week Wednesday. No, it's not blackmail. It's just it's it's just the truth. We also have a new member, Honorable Mkhize. Welcome. Honorable Mkhize comes from the MK. I was joking with them yesterday that he's probably member number 201 from MK, because at MKP every week they change members. No, it's on a lighter note. You are not number 201. I was corrected that you are number 198. So, but on a serious note, thank you very much. Welcome, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable Mkhize will be an alternate member of the MKP who has joined us. We wish you all the best in the committee. We hope that your contribution is going to enhance the work of the committee in making sure that the PSET system becomes a better system and it works for our people in the sector. So today we are meeting with CGE, Commission for Gender Equality, on sexual harassment at our institutions of higher learning in 2024, and gender transformation imperatives for higher education institution in the 24-25 financial year. CGEs here is led by Advocate Sipanya Mohale, who is the chairperson. The deputy chair is also here, Subayan Naidu. And they've got commissioners, sorry, and Dr. Matotoka, who's the CEO, is also here. And then we have the DDG of TVET colleges, Tate Zungu, DDG of planning, Megasa. The last time we met Megasa, we were in Durban. You had invited us to attend the G20 Education Working Group, speaking on this particular matter. And I did indicate that I'm attending because of my specific interest on the matter on gender-based violence in the sector. We had very nice commissions in the G20 working group. There was one incident at the Zungu where the plenary almost collapsed, Mampi. A gentleman from Turkey stood up at the end of the session just before lunch and said, I need to say something. And the topic there was on gender transformation. And he stood up and said, listen, you see us in Turkey, we don't promote gender transformation. We're not against it, but we don't promote it. In fact, there's nothing that has come out that is good, that has come out of this thing of gender transformation. In fact, if anything, we've had mental problems and sometimes physical problems coming out of this gender. The commission almost collapsed. You can imagine. Then he just sat down. You know, it was as if he was dropping mic. You know, after that, so the commission almost collapsed, which was very interesting. Because I saw Honorable Ngubane speaking to him during lunch. I don't know what they spoke about. The gentleman from Turkey in the G20 working in the working committee, but other sessions were well run. Discussed a lot of good points, especially on gender-based violence. I think the commission or the commissions that dealt with those things did extremely well. So today we're going to get the presentation from yourselves. You've given us about 34 slides. We'll then engage with you after that, and then we'll deal with minutes, members. We also have a report which we will send to you on the G20 working group that we spoke about. That we must adopt so that we can present it to Parliament, because we believe that there were a number of good points that would have been raised in that G20. We do have apologies. We have an apology of the minister who is attending to cabinet responsibilities this morning. We have the apology of Deputy Minister Manamela, who's on leave. We have on leave. I don't know why is the Deputy Minister raising the head so quick. Or we have a different apology. Sometimes we do have many apologies here. Unfortunately, no, it's not special leave. You know, members of this committee are very naughty. Then we have the apology of Honorable Lonzi and Honorable Low, who are going to arrive a bit late. We have an apology of Honorable Zondo, who's not feeling well. he will not join us today. We have an apology of Souls and Msezana, who are both not in the province on party political work. I know Honorable Souls has not indicated to us, but I can guess that he's in PE. There's by-elections there, and I know they don't contest everywhere. That's why I think he's in PE. Honorable Msezana is definitely in Vryheid. There's by-elections also there in Ward 23. Both Honorable Souls and Honorable Msezana will not win the wards that they are going to. Honorable Lonzi said he's coming late, but if he does not come, I can tell you he might be in Polokwane in Ward 13 because there's also by-elections there. We're also going to wallop them there on by-elections. So those are the apologies. So we're now going to start. Oh yeah, we also have an apology from the Director General, who is in China, leading the delegation there with from the higher education, accompanying the Deputy President of the Republic in China. So those are the apologies we have. Oh, Didi Jingwenya? Yes. She says she's not feeling well. We wish her a speedy recovery. I was supposed to meet with her on Friday, so please tell her that we wish her a speedy recovery. Friday she must be well. She's supposed to appear before us on Friday, so we wish her a speedy recovery. Didi Jingwen. Yeah, we have a very one of the very hardworking members of our team in the administration of Parliament, MP, who it's her birthday today. Yeah, she's she's turning 23. Yeah, happy birthday, Mampi. Mampi is our content advisor in the committee. Works extremely hard. Happy birthday, Mampi. We did not buy a cake, but I trust, I've looked at our bank balance. I think it's important Desiree will make a plan during lunch. No problem, as long as you give me the card, Desiree, we'll run with things. So we're now going to introduce ourselves. We'll start here, go to members, move this way, and Honorable Khaha will be the last one on this side. And then from there, then we'll then give to the leader of the delegation from the department, which is the Deputy Minister. And then it will then go to CGE, then we'll then engage after that. So my name is Tebo Kholitsie. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, and I have the responsibility to chair the meeting. So Anel, after you will go to Mamaseko.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to members. All protocol observed. My name is Aneli Kamingis. I'm the Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and all officials that have joined us and our guests. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm the member for this portfolio committee.
Sorry, man, I forgot. We will help
I know
you
where
with-
you're going.
Yeah, we will help you.
I just know where you're going already, Chair.
Yeah, we will help you with induction. I got you are a new member, so you must press the mic when you.
Greetings, committee members. Greetings to the commission leadership through you, Chair. My name is Siphetho Mkhize from Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. I'm your Gwaza man.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, colleagues, and honorable members, and all our invitees. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Wena unikwe uxanduva lokuhlalisa le committee maniqale ndibulise wena amalungu abekekileyo ale committee yemfundo ephakemeyo ndibulise abo bakhokhele i-administration bekhokhelwe nguwe minister deputy minister igama lam ndinguyanga wakwagovana ndililungu lale committee.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me not go to town with my greetings. Nothing has changed. My name is still Khawlatli, the surname is Khabo, and also a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Desiree van der Walt and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Mamparo Mudiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, Deputy Minister, colleagues, members. I'm Agnetha Aronson. I'm the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tanya. I'm Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Deputy Minister. My name is Siyabonga Goni. I'm a journalist from Daily Maverick.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair. My name is Lita Mashikila, a student from Tsiba Business School, and I'm here as a public observer. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Tulani Shabalala. I'm the parliamentary researcher for the Democratic Alliance.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Minister, and colleagues. My name is Thabo Mbata. I'm the support staff from Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Nothemba Sonjika. I am the manager in the Office of the Chairperson, Commission for Gender Equality.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Dennis Matatok. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Commission for Gender Equality.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, Deputy Minister, colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, a parliamentary liaison officer in the Office of the Teacher.
Morning, Chair. I'm Dr. Herman Tembe, Office of OISD, Speaker's Office. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, DM. Good morning, colleagues and the Commission. My name is Khabo Majani. I'm from the Office of the DG at DHET.
Good morning, honorable members, as well as the chairperson. I am Commissioner Siam Samai from the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson of this committee. Good morning, Chairperson of the CGE, the Deputy Minister, all colleagues here. I'm Commissioner Leanne van der Merwe from the Eastern Cape Province. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Naidu from the Commission for Gender Equality.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, honorable members. I am Prabhashini Subraya Naidu, the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, DM, and everyone in the House. My name is Ntabiseng Sepanya Mokhale. I'm the Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you.
Morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable Deputy Minister, and the leadership of CGE, and all the colleagues from the Department of Education and Training. My name is Sam Zungu. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for TVETs, but I'm standing in today as the acting DG in the absence of our Director General. Thank you.
Are you acting or interim? That's on a lighter note.
My letter of appointment, it says acting.
Oh, no, that's good.
Honorable Chair, I know there's a lot of interim at the moment.
No, that was on a lighter note. Thank you very much. TM.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee, to our colleagues from the CGE. I call them colleagues now because I'm working closely with them now. Advocate Sepanya was even saying, Advocate Zietzi is my staff member, which thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for having us.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the CGE leadership. Good morning to our honorable Deputy Minister. Good morning to our acting DG and all the senior management. Chair, I would like to appreciate the support that you have given us as the Portfolio Committee in G20 and the inspiring words that you have given us. Just to mention that there is a ministerial one in October, and unlike before, we will endeavor to ensure that we inform you in time so that we receive the support that we appreciate very much from you. Thank you very much. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Nolwazi Gasa. I'm the Deputy Director General for Planning Policy and Strategy. I'm also responsible for international relations, and as I've mentioned before, also responsible for infrastructure under the guidance of our Director General. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know Megas, I allowed it because I said introduction, but I think Megas, I was a politician before. So, you know, politicians, they start first with the preamble. So the introduction came after the preamble. Thank you very much, Megas. Let's continue.
Honourable Chairperson, no preamble from my side. Honourable members, Honourable DM and colleagues from the CGE as well as the department. My name is Trudy van Wyk and I'm the Chief Director responsible for social inclusion and equality in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Morning, Chair, and all protocol observed. My name is Ceci Mahlobohwane. I'm the Director, Social Inclusion and Equity in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Sipho Stilman. I manage media relations in the Office of Deputy Minister Mimi Ngondo. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, commissioners. My name is Tsietsi Shuping. I'm the Head of Legal Department for the Commission for Gender Equality.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, commissioners from the CGE and the Deputy Minister as well as colleagues. My name is Naledi Selebano. I'm currently acting as the Head of Policy and Research at the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you.
Modula Stulo Kialeba, good medicine. Thank you for granting me the grace to sit and charge here on the high table. Colleagues, my name is Karabo Khachao, and I am an alternate member of this committee. I respect the presence of DM Gondwe, DDG Zungu, DDG Gaza, commissioners, and the whole department here. Kialeba Modula Stulo. Oh, and of course, I respect the presence of members and our own staff.
Thank you very much. Now that we're done with we know who's here. We're going to receive two presentations from CGE on issues that I've spoken about, the sexual harassment at institutions of higher learning in 2024 and the gender transformation imperatives for higher education in 24-25. So I'm going to give you Deputy Minister Gondwe to introduce the reports. Then you'll give to the relevant people. I'm assuming it will be the acting/interim DG, to DG Zungu, and then the chair of CGE, and then the CEO of CGE. I'm thinking that's how it's going to be. So the department, the ministry department, CGE chair, then you give to management to present if that's how you have planned it. But when it gets to yourselves, Chairperson, you will indicate who's going to do the presentation. I see your eyes don't look, it's okay. When you explain, when we give you, you will explain. Maybe you don't want to give us two presentations. We have two presentations from yourself, so if you are not presenting two, you will explain, you'll take us through. But let's give the Deputy Minister, who will give the acting DG, and then when it comes to you, you will explain why you are looking at us as if we are saying something wrong, Chairperson. DM?
Ke lebogile Chairperson, and ke kopa go dumedisa mongwe le mongwe gape. Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Nthabiseng Sepanya Mogale, esteemed commissioners of the CGE, the Chief Executive Officer of the CGE, Dr. Dennis Matotoka, and other officials from the CGE, the senior management from the Department of Higher Education and Training present, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. We're gathered here today, Chairperson, at such a critically important moment that demands not just reflection, but bold and unified actions. The latest reports of the Commission for Gender Equality on Sexual Harassment and Gender Transformation in our post-school education and training system are more than just research outputs. They are urgent calls to confront the deeply entrenched inequalities and toxic cultures that persist across many of our campuses. As the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, I welcome these reports and the concrete evidence that they provide. They reaffirm what so many students, particularly young women, LGBTQIA+ individuals and persons with disabilities have been telling us, that the promise of a just and inclusive higher education space remains unevenly realized. The reports of the CGE further remind us that transformation in the higher education space must be more than just an abstract goal. It must also be a living and daily commitment that has to be measured by representation, safety, access, and dignity. Let us start from where the CGE reports reflect on appointments at a management or leadership level. It is abundantly clear, Chairperson, that we all need to encourage university councils to critically look at the gender profile of our vice chancellors and principals at universities, TVET, and community colleges. Chairperson, a few months ago, I had the privilege of attending the installation of the new Vice Chancellor of the University of the Free State, Professor Hester Katerina Klopper, who has been appointed or installed as the 15th Vice Chancellor of the University of the Free State. But what is remarkable and astonishing about her appointment, Chairperson, is that Professor Klopper is the first woman to hold this position in the institution's 121-year history. She's unfortunately only one of very few women vice chancellors in our country. This reflects the ongoing gender imbalance at the upper echelons of leadership in the academic space. As I stated in my budget vote debate, gender-based violence continues to afflict and trouble our learning spaces. The department and higher health are working together side by side in conducting roadshows and behavioral change workshops, reaching thousands of young people, particularly men, and placing dignity, accountability, and care at the helm of institutions and in the heart of campus life. It is my considered view, Chairperson, that the safety of vulnerable students on our campuses is everyone's business, not just our business as the Department of Higher Education and Training. For women to know and feel safe on campuses, it requires the active involvement of various law enforcement agencies, including the NPA, SAPS, working together with the campus community. Critically, it also requires that men in our campus communities take stock and account for their contribution to the toxic masculinity that translates into the marginalization of women, their dehumanization, and in worst case scenarios, their murder. Chairperson, we'll be fooling ourselves if we thought of any intervention pertaining to campus security for women and we do not name the elephant in the room, the male perpetrators of this violence. To this end, I'm grateful for the participation of and partnerships with SAPS, NPA, NSFAS, and the Departments of Health and Social Development in the department's outreach programs at our public universities. The department's CGE and Higher Health are also collaborating to sharply raise awareness of sexual harassment and GBV on and off our campuses. I'm convinced, Chairperson, that the department is doing its best to respond with meaningful engagement through my ministerial GBV stakeholder outreach program, the Men-to-Men initiative, the embedding of gender transformation in our national policy frameworks, and the ongoing social inclusion roadshows in our PSET institutions. These varied engagements, Chairperson, are laying a strong and firm foundation for systematic change, but I'll be the first to admit that we need to do more, and we can do more. We are acutely aware that transformation without accountability becomes symbolism, and policies without implementation become dust-covered documents. That's why our partnership with the CGE, Higher Health, and our ongoing collaboration with other government departments, as well as the call to institutions to respond to monitoring requests, are a crucial step in closing this gap. Chairperson, we are alive to the recommendations by the CGE, which include legislative reforms. These recommendations, amongst other things, also include a call for the standardized reporting when it comes to sexual harassment and gender transformation. And that must be legislated, and the penalty for non-compliance with transformation imperatives that must be imposed. It is my hope, Chairperson, and my belief that today's discussion and deliberations will strengthen our resolve and our commitment to work together towards ensuring that no student, no academic, and no staff member ever again must endure abuse, invisibility, or silence on our campuses. With those not so few words, Chairperson, ke a leboga, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I must say I was particularly happy when I heard you say, together we can do more. It was music to my ears. Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the honorable members and the Honorable Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Sipanya Mokhale, and allow me, Chair, to observe the protocols. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to engage on two significant reports that were presented by the CGE. As the Department of Education and Training, we welcome the reports on sexual harassment and transformation in the post-school education and training system, and commend the continued oversight role that the CGE is playing in this sector. We accept these reports with both humility and strong sense of responsibility. I was making some comments with the chair of CGE earlier on that I've seen they've significantly covered the university sector, and I believe that there's still more work within the TVET sector, because I think they only managed to cover about 14% of the total number of institutions that was versus the 53% coverage on the university sector. Let me also commend the active political leadership and involvement of the Deputy Minister, and it is imperative that we build on these gains to advance transformation. The reports, honorable members, paint a sobering picture. Sexual harassment remains unreported, or underreported rather, institutional responses and fragmented and transformation, especially for marginalized groups, is moving far too slow. It is not acceptable. And as the Director General, not me, because I'm acting, I'm committed to ensuring that the department systems shift from passive policy guidance to proactive implementation and accountability. Following the release of these reports, the department has intensified its collaboration with the CGE. We launched structured surveys based on findings of the reports, conduct institutional roadshows over the width and breadth of our country, and push for standardized reporting frameworks on sexual harassment and gender transformation. The Directorate for Social Inclusion and Equity has taken the lead in driving this work, although we recognize that it needs to take the whole department to address the challenges with institutional responsiveness. We are also embedding accountability tools like the Social Inclusion Review and Improvement Model, SIRIMI or RIM, and using data to track non-compliance. Importantly, the department is not working alone. Our partner, Higher Health, has been instrumental in scaling up psychosocial support training and safety protocols across the PSET system. Still, the fact remains clear. Only 18 of 26 universities respond to our recent survey. Many institutions still lack aligned policies or exclude the lived realities or the lived realities of LGBTQIA plus persons and survivors with disabilities. As a department, we must enforce stronger compliance measures and ensure that all our institutions uphold the rights and dignity of every person on campus. The road ahead requires more urgency, better data, and firmer action. We owe this not only to the CGE's tireless oversight, but to every student and staff member who has suffered in silence. The department welcomes the closer collaboration with the CGE and expresses its commitment to strengthening this important partnership. We as the department further commit to a coordinated and responsive approach across all branches, entities and institutions. I will ensure that we tackle the issues of sexual harassment and GBE and that it is reflected in better data and firmer action as a matter of urgency. We will work together with CGE and let this meeting signal our commitment to turn data into action and policy into protection. We are looking forward to today's interaction between the Portfolio Committee, the CGE, and the Department of Education and Training. With those few words, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of CGE.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair, DM, and honorable members. I wasn't aware that you're looking at me, Chair, and I can't hide sometimes what my face tells when it wants to tell a story. My confusion or my concern was just around the fact that we as a C9 are not here under the banner of a government department. We are above a government department. We are independent as prescribed by Section 1812 of the Constitution, and therefore do not work with the department as a partner, but rather bring reports to say you must do the following. That's where the confusion. I was a bit concerned about that, but I'm glad that it has actually been raised. Chair,
Yeah,
thanks
just-
for the opportunity.
Just quickly, the advocate says they are above the department. I want you to analyze, very important, they are Chapter 9 institution. They don't report to the department. In fact, the department are supposed to implement what they bring. So I want you to underline that, but I'm glad you started there, advocate. you can continue. It excited me. I'm sorry to disturb you. You can, yeah.
Thank you. Honorable members, Chairperson, DM, and everyone, thanks for the opportunity. We, as the CGE, do a number of things. As a C9 that has been set up by the Constitution in 1996 to strengthen democracy. Our mandate is the biggest of all the C9s in the sense that our mandate says go forth and overhaul society, and society as we have known it since time immemorial. Let women, men, and all genders be recognized and equal. So it's the biggest of all the 6 C9s. And I know people sometimes get surprised when I say that. It's a mammoth task indeed. And based on that, Chapter 2 of the Constitution directly impacts on what we're supposed to do. There's got to be opportunity for housing, for health, for every opportunity that has been presented in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, without the discrimination or the realigning of any of the genders that the Constitution recognizes in our country. We then hone in as an organization and say, we will use as a vehicle certain provisions in the Chapter 2. For example, Section 9, which talks about equality. Section 10, which talks about human dignity. Section 11, which talks about right to life. Section 12(2), which talks about the right to bodily integrity. We use those as our vehicle to actually enforce our mandate to a progressively realizable gender equality society. We look at gender transformation in all its facets. So what we have done, Chair and honorable members, was since 2014, we have gone through all the TVET colleges, all the universities, 26 of them. And we have been coming to this committee over the different administrations to present the report. Now, this is a consolidation of the reports, taking into consideration what the trends are, what the patterns are, what is coming out of that, but above all, are we getting a response from all the duty bearers? Our letters, Chairperson, cross paths because you are one of the 15 committees that we have actually written to for the different undertakings that we make towards our mandate. So we welcome this opportunity. It expedited our request to see you. So that is why we are here, and our team will present that. We basically, as you know, do oversight visits, we do research, we do what we call accountability hearings, where we call different people to come and answer about certain things. And we also do come here to say to you, as the leaders of society, as those who are legitimately elected by society, to help us to ensure that duty bearers do what they are expected to do. Thank you. With those few words, CEO? Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members. We will be delivering 2 presentations as indicated, but I felt, Chair, let me also foreground the 2 presentations on the following principles. The first one being, Chair, when it comes to transformation from a CG perspective, it is not just about numbers. It's about creating an enabling environment. It's about transforming the systems. It's about transforming the programs. It's about transforming employment practices as well in such a way that the needs and interests of all persons, irrespective of their gender, are really catered for. So that is one aspect of it. So when we deliver our presentation, we will be focusing much on those principles and ascertain to what extent transformation has materialized. But we also come from a premise that states, Chairperson, that transformation is a journey. And for us to really arrive at the desirable place in terms of transformation, we need a concerted effort. A concerted effort by constitutional bodies like ourselves, the state, as well as Parliament. And there's a bigger role, therefore, even by this committee, as we'll be delivering these presentations, to help us to enforce where we are struggling to get favorable responses in terms of the recommendations. Because it is imperative in terms of Section 9 that gender is one of the considerations that we take into consideration when we implement our recommendations. And a clerical call therefore would be, as we are delivering these presentations, let us also see how we can use your portfolio committee to expedite outstanding issues. Simply because, Chairperson, we hold a strong view that sexual harassment in institutions of higher learning is a barrier towards transformation. Universities are places of learning, not necessarily crime scenes. Nobody should be discriminated against on the basis of their sexual orientation, sex, or gender. But what we have seen over the years, the issues around sex for marks, continues to be a prevalent emerging issue that we need to respond to as a country. We need to also look at this blind spots, Chairperson, that really looks at the interests and needs of all persons. We've been at the forefront, as the CG is saying, we need to have breastfeeding breaks in the institutions of higher learning. We need to have breastfeeding facilities so that we can really have a careful balance between work and life of specific genders, particularly women in the States. And as long as those transformative mechanisms are not introduced, we will always have this imbalance in the workplace. And therefore, we need that intentional commitment from all role players to rally behind a view that says, when we need transformation, we need to invest specific resources because it's about gender equality, which is an imperative in terms of Section 9. Now, the research department will present what we were able to unearth from what the students understand as sexual harassment. And why did we do that, Chairperson? We did that because we have learned over the years that institutions often introduce systems, programs, without having done a thorough consultative process. And those programs, they don't yield the desired results because they do not resonate with the practical, meaningful challenges that the student population or the staff population is experiencing. Now, we wanted to go into this study of just trying to understand from the perspective of students, what is their understanding of sexual harassment? What do they seem to understand in terms of the remedies that are available within the institutions themselves? Do they know? And then once we have that broader understanding, we are then in a position to recommend what will be an unimpeachable program that should be introduced by the institution. So we went into this study so that we can understand it from their perspective, not necessarily just our perspective. That is one aspect. And then the second presentation will look at the overall transformation that I was talking about, the issues about the employment of specific designated groups, about the systems that needs to be there, the issues around breastfeeding facilities, as I've said, the paucity of representation of specific groups when it comes to senior leadership positions in institutions of higher learning, and the challenges thereof. And then we'll be delivering the recommendations. Hopefully, Chairperson, we will be done by the time that is allocated to us. With that being said, Chair, we will start with the first presentation on sexual harassment, which will be delivered by my colleague, Naledi Selebano, and soon thereafter, we will then commence with the broader presentation that will be delivered by the Head of Legal Services at Tsietsi Shuping. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, you can continue in the meantime. We're just checking with IT if why it can't project there. But in the meantime, we do have the presentations. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning once again. Technology striking. We did test if it would work in the morning, but seemingly it is letting us down. Good morning once again to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality and Commissioners, the Deputy Minister, colleagues. As introduced by the CEO, as he was given that brief background around these projects, I am Naledi Selebano, currently acting in the HOD position,
in the Policy and Research Department, and I will be making this presentation on a report simply titled A Research Report on Sexual Harassment in Higher Education Institutions, which we published in 2024. I also just wanted to foreground this presentation by stating, Chair, that this is one of the studies wherein we outsourced the write-up process. This is because at the time of us consolidating the findings, we had a few challenges around capacity. We had resignations of key personnel, especially the HOD. So out of the 10 reports that we were producing in that financial year, about 3 were outsourced just for the write-up process. But the CGE initiated and conceptualized the study. In terms of the outline of my presentation, I will touch briefly on the introduction and background, the problem statement. I will touch on the study aim and objectives, the research methodology, the limitations and risks that we came across in undertaking this research, the findings of the study, a brief overview, and the recommendations that emanate from the report. So, as already stated, in the 2023-24 financial year, the CGE conducted the study on sexual harassment in higher education and training. We undertook this study to investigate measures that are put in place to address sexual harassment in higher education institutions, but also to assess the adequacy of these interventions in tackling sexual harassment, specifically against students in these institutions. We undertook this study on the basis that irrespective of the existence of policies and other initiatives that are geared towards addressing sexual harassment, its prevalence is escalating and it is painting a troubling picture. We also note that students constitute the bulk of complaints broadly around GBV, and this does not necessarily indicate that staff members do not encounter gender-based violence or sexual harassment in institutions of higher learning. They could deal with it differently, but also students form part of the larger population of these institutions. We also note in the background that power is at the center of gender-based violence, and it intersects with other variables, and these include previous victimization, alcohol and drug consumption, age, class, gender, and first year of study, and these are usually the risks that have been highlighted through literature as variables for victimization. We also note in our background that there is weak institutional support for staff, for survivors or victims, as well as on rehabilitation of perpetrators. So that is just briefly on the background, in addition to the background provided by the CEO earlier. In terms of the problem, the research problem, we are noting that there has been a disturbing prevalence of report regarding sexual harassment, particularly by female students in many higher education institutions in South Africa. I think over the past 15 years or so, we've seen the advocacy and activism by students highlighting that there is silence around cases on gendered forms of violence in institutions. We've seen them coming to the fore, we've seen them burning the streets and marching to highlight that there's far much silence, and yet the problem seems to be bigger than what is portrayed. We also note as part of the problem statement that there were statistics released. In 2017, former Minister Dr. Naledi Pandor reported that there were 47 cases of rape and sexual assault on students, that were reported across campuses. Between 2011 and 2014, 247 cases of sexual violence, partner violence, and rape were reported at 15 universities across South Africa. And this is just to note official reports. And I must say that Parliament played a critical role in ensuring that these statistics come to the fore, because general institutions do not routinely report on gender-based violence. So these numbers emerged out of a process where the portfolio committee said to the minister, we need numbers around these matters. These are official reports. There is a paucity of data around current data and patterns around these issues, but there have been prevalence studies undertaken that are recent, as I think up to 2021. We saw that there was a ministerial task team on this issue that also released a report, but also indicating in its report that there's an issue around reporting when it comes to statistics in this issue. So I just wanted to highlight that. But also to say that there is an issue of underreporting that we note. So these numbers are not a true reflection of the situation at hand. In the problem statement, we also highlight the fact that many of these crimes are committed against women, and they are perpetrated by men known to them as partners, as former partners, or as fellow students. In terms of the aim, the CEO really did explain why we undertook this study. It was to explore the views and perceptions of students regarding factors that enable the persistence of sexual harassment in higher education institutions. But then we also wanted to examine measures that exist to address sexual harassment, specifically against students, as well as to assess the adequacy of the initiatives that are put in place by these institutions. Briefly on the methodology, this was a qualitative study, and the methods of data collection involved key informant interviews. We also conducted focus group discussions with gender peer groups of cisgender men, cisgender women, and the LGBTQIA+. So those were the methods of data collection. In terms of the research sites, we focused on 3 institutions because it was a qualitative study, meaning that it requires a deep delve. So it is always best to contain the scope so that that deep delve can be done. We selected the Nelson Mandela University in the Eastern Cape. We selected the Northwest University in Northwest, as well as Sol Plaatje University in the Northern Cape. And we chose these universities because they are typically understudied. When you look into literature, a lot of work has been done around the so-called former white universities that are urban-based. So we wanted to reflect also a picture that comes from these traditionally rural universities. We did plan to speak to the Department of Higher Education. Unfortunately, at the time, we struggled. However, this has been ironed out in processes that followed, especially post the publication of the report. We had anticipated to undertake the study in this manner. We wanted to, sorry, I'm seeing my colleague wants to put it on slideshow, but there's technology issues. I noticed something, so I think it's best that I keep it this way, but thank you. We anticipated to speak to transformation officers, student councils, as well as the students themselves, but I will explain how the study unfolded as we were on the field. I think I've already spoken to the issue of data collection, that we did key informant interviews as well as focus group discussions. We spoke to officials who are directly impacted especially those that are specifically mentioned in some of these policies in terms of their roles, but also their expertise in the subject matter. The focus groups were organized by same gender peer groups, cisgender men, cisgender women, and the LGBTQIA+ community. It's also important that we observe the ethical protocols in undertaking research, of which we did. Just to state a few, that none of the participants were coerced to participate in the study. We ensured that there's informed consent. We spent considerable amounts of time explaining and clarifying to our participants what will the study involve, how long, and all the details. In terms of confidentiality, we also respected this area, but just to note, given that with all types of methodology, there are pros and cons. With focus groups, you cannot always guarantee that there will be confidentiality, but the researchers took time to explain the importance of this ethical principle. Also just wanted to highlight that the study itself did not seek to speak on experiences. It was about the views and perceptions broadly, so the privacy of the students was taken into consideration in this regard. So none of their names or identifying particulars are mentioned in respect of the ethical considerations. And as mentioned, we outsourced the write-up of this report, and these were seasoned researchers who also understand the ethical guidelines. This is the breakdown in terms of officials as well as students that were engaged in the study. We conducted focus group discussions. We spoke to members of the SRC, transformation officers, the GBV officers, Pride Office, peer educator or student life, employee relations, protection services, as well as student support or judicial, counseling, and development services, as well as nurses. Universities are not homogeneous spaces, so all of these were based on officials that were available and taking part in the rollout of the policies. In terms of data analysis, we used a method suggested by Kelly, which requires immersion, unpacking, and association. And we explain what those involve, that the researchers must immerse themselves into the data to get good understanding, that the textual data must be unpacked to find patterns between and within institutions, and that associations must be formed from the patterns that were uncovered, that are discussed, and then temporal linkages are formed. So this is just to explain the data analysis process that we undertook. Like many studies or any other, this one also had its own constraints or limitations. We rely on the honest and candid responses, because in research, the participants are the experts. They are the ones who can tell us from their own experiences and understanding what the picture looks like. There was a bit of a challenge around language. I must state that all our participants were proficient in the use of the language, the English language. However, we felt as researchers that sometimes it's best that participants express themselves in their native languages. I think this goes across the board, not just in research, that it is best for individuals sometimes to express themselves in a language that they are comfortable in. There were concerns expressed around fear of victimization. And for us, this painted a picture of, the culture of silence in some of the institutions. Fears that should I share some of the information, I may get into trouble. We did guarantee our participants that whatever that is said remains between ourselves, and this also goes for officials that we spoke to. But there seems to be apprehension in some of the instances, And as I said, I think for us, it just painted a grim picture of what the situation may look like around this matter of sexual harassment. There are students who said they are willing to speak to us, but that they should not be recorded. In research, recordings are just used to ensure that we capture the essence of what was said and not misinterpret the findings. And it's not used for any other purposes. But there was still that fear and reluctance. However, when the tape recorders were switched off, this is when they were able to express themselves and speak to us freely around issues. I'm going to give an overview of the findings of the study. The report is comprehensive and is broken down based on each institution. But for the purpose of today, I will give an overview because it would take us the whole day to go through every institution. So just broadly, we underscore that policies are important in communicating commitments that are made by institutions, since they have to provide, university communities with a sense of protection and clarity around what to expect and what must happen when cases of sexual harassment emerge. However, we found in our research that there are policy gaps in terms of policy formulation, communication, implementation, and evaluation. I just have my notes here on the side to illustrate some of the challenges or gaps. And these include an overemphasis on legal procedures over an overhaul or a culture change. So a lot of the policies focus more on the procedures as opposed to how do we change the mindsets and the broader culture in the institutions. There was inadequate protection, or sometimes not even a mention of the LGBTQIA+ community, as though they do not experience sexual harassment, a lack of transparency around how these policies are formulated, because students would feel they were not adequately consulted, and not only that, they don't know where to access these policies. Limited proactive prevention, so a lot of focus on response and not so much on prevention, poor training and poor awareness raising. These are some of the challenges we found in this regard. And we also note that a lack of national policy on sexual harassment is pointed out as a limitation. In terms of policy scope, what we uncovered as part of the findings is that policies are inadequate to address some of the dynamics in institutions. For example, policies would refer to students or staff, and yet there are those who wear these hats concurrently, which may not necessarily be covered in what is communicated in these policies. For example, there would be full-time students who are also contract employees, such as tutors and contract lecturers, and this is common among postgraduate students. Some would be part-time students, but also full-time permanent employees. So they are studying, yet they are also an employee at the same institution, part-time student, contract employee, part-time student or a service provider, and also areas where individuals are neither staff nor students, such as postdoctoral candidates, and this was not adequately addressed in the policies. In terms of understanding of sexual harassment, we found that there was good understanding of what it means among students, but typically understood through the construction of masculinities as typically violent. So men seen as the main perpetrators of sexual harassment. However, a lot of reference to gender binaries, so it's mainly men and women being mentioned, and not what the impact looks like or means on the LGBTQIA+. So there's a lot of silence or negation when it comes to gender diverse individuals or transgender individuals. So we are stating that there's a policy lacuna that exists with regard to inclusiveness. We also note that universities are microcosms of society, so the violence that exists outside of the university spaces would then be expected to manifest itself because these are the same members of the same communities. And that if patriarchy is not consciously and actively as well as effortfully addressed, then it will continue to manifest through the university culture and systems. There was also a barrier around not knowing where and how to report, which served as a barrier to reporting. What we noted through our findings is that there are various forms of understanding around reporting. And the findings indicate that there was what is known as official reporting, as well as unofficial reporting. For example, the survivor under official reporting may decide to pursue the matter and open a case, but in some instances they would not return to follow through with the process. And in these instances, it would mean that counseling and some of the initial processes would be offered. And in some instances, even though a survivor or victim has come forward, they do not want to pursue the matter forward. And there was also a challenge of reporting among men, whereby they felt reluctant or shy to report because it is seen as, you are seen as an inferior man or not man enough when you report incidents of sexual harassment and other forms of GBV. So we also note in our report that there must be considered effort towards educating men around their rights. Unofficial reporting meant that survivors may present to report, but they are not always ready to open a case, meaning that investigations would not ensue. And that in many instances, survivors wouldn't want to, we call it imminent guilt of not wanting to ruin another person's life. When the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator is seen, for example, as, you know, a beacon of hope in their family or community, someone who could be in the final year of study, who is seen to be having a bright future ahead. So victims or survivors felt, you know, reluctant to, and saw it as ruining another person's life. Or if it's a staff member, they are ruining their career, and this person could be a breadwinner. So a lot of guilt carrying by the survivors or victims in this regard. And we therefore say that gender transformative approaches are necessary in policy formulation because there's seemingly the silencing of victims that happens when it comes to reporting. So cases would conclude in the following manners, either in favor of the complainant or in favor of the defendant, but in some instances, cases would be withdrawn. There would also be instances of foreclosures, and this is where it is seen that there is a relationship between the two, or where another individual has reported the case and not the survivor themselves. So if it's a friend or a peer that would say, I am aware of this situation, some of those cases would be closed because the survivor would not want or not be ready to come forward. The issue of substance use and abuse came up in the study. And for us, we say it was not a simple causal effect relationship, but that it is mediated by gender power dynamics and stereotypes about alcohol use in respect of femininity and masculinity. For example, that, you know, heavy alcohol use or just alcohol use is associated with masculine traits, and that when a woman uses alcohol, they are devalued in society. So therefore, in those spaces, there would be instances where women experience violence just because a woman should not be found in these spaces. Those would be some of the views that are held by men. There's a challenge around record keeping as well as monitoring and evaluation. What we note is that there is no disaggregated data. And this is a challenge when it comes to planning, as well as accountability, resourcing, as well as the development of interventions. It was difficult for us to obtain disaggregated data from institutions. And we are saying as CGE that to support this role, institutions could leverage on the use of technology. We've seen this in the GBV space, whereby there are apps developed and they assist in terms of response that is timeous and easy to monitor, as well as real-time data for reports, which would enable institutions to identify hotspots and react timeously. There were challenges around case management. There were skills shortages among some of the officials that are first respondents, or those that students are told this is where you should find yourself should you encounter a challenge. So mainly around the investigation officers, which would lead to weak cases being presented. And this would lead to a power imbalance whereby as a student, you are represented by a university whereby the investigator does not possess the requisite skills, and the defendant could come with a lawyer because they may have resources, and therefore they would lose some of the cases. And this led to many of the students stating that they would not report sexual harassment because they see that some of the alleged perpetrators are walking around them many times because of cases that fall through the cracks due to these skills shortages. There were staff shortages and issues of caseload, wherein there's one individual dealing with or responsible for the entire institution, including numerous campuses, because with universities, they may have multiple campuses and not just one. So you'd find that there's issues of caseload where officials feel inundated with reports and are unable to respond and carry out investigations within reasonable amounts of time. In some cases, these delays would lead to some survivors losing interest because it is taking too long. Sometimes when now investigations have to happen, they are at home during school holidays, or now they've even left the institution and are no longer students. So this is how long it would take in some instances. There was an issue around investigations concluded at the start of or during exams. So the investigation is done, charges are drawn. However, the alleged perpetrator is allowed to finish exams, seemingly to not interrupt that process, to say they must continue up until such a time that they are done, and only then processes would unfold. And for us, it raises concern around victim-centered approaches, because the victims or survivors now have to deal with the same person, who may sometimes be in their own classes, taking exams with them in the exam centers. So this was a major concern raised in the report. There was issues around witnesses, with protection of office investigators highlighting that sometimes witnesses are reluctant to come forward. They do not want to be subjected to the process of hearings, and sometimes they lack the confidence to speak around issues of sexual harassment, as well as to support the complainant. And there was a view expressed by one of the officials that, and I quote, "a lot of alleged perpetrators are in our midst," I close quote. So they know that they've done wrong, but nothing is done about it. So this was just an overall feeling. In terms of policy directions, this is what we advance in the report. that what emerges as important is a need for a national working definition around sexual harassment, which would enable the establishment of what can be reported, what is considered misconduct, as well as guide the sanctions. This is because also in us unearthing the understanding that students have, it differed from time to time, also amongst the officials that are responsible to cater or provide services. There's also a need to emphasize the nuanced gender dynamics in sexual harassment. And this is important to underscore because usually it's dealt with as a gender binary. However, it is important to highlight or emphasize that sexual harassment can be experienced, yes, by men, perpetrated by other men or by women, that by women themselves, and that the LGBTQIA+ are not immune. So this was important to emphasize that universities must implement strict measures to ensure student safety, especially around substance abuse. That substance abuse is allowed on the premises, there are liquor licenses, it is consumed at parties, bashes such as freshers, but there weren't sufficient protocols in place to regulate its use. So this would be a challenge that must be addressed by institutions. We also noted that attention should be given to the provision of platforms for students to engage, to speak or understand the links between masculinity and gender power, as well as the perpetration of violence, the rape culture, and harmful gender constructs. Some of the men in our study felt victimized when it is brought forward that men are the key perpetrators. They feel that that could not be the case. And this is to say that perhaps there is limited understanding of gender power balances or imbalances, and that men are placed at a far much advantageous position, and that there is a rape culture that exists and is usually perpetrated by men. In addition, we note that these constructs should be challenged to enable for positive masculinity, and that there should be a blueprint for improved gender mainstreaming, as well as GBV processes, and those, it must be those that really work. We noted a lack of policy alignment, lack of effectiveness, and poor implementation reported in this study as well as other studies. And as the CGE, we advanced that there should be meaningful and empathetic consultative processes, not just a mere copy and paste or tick box exercises. Because in some instances, policies would be adopted as they are from higher health, which is okay at entry level. But there are dynamics within institutions that must be understood and addressed. So in some instances, it felt that this copy and paste is just to tick the box, but it is not a meaningful engagement, a meaningful process to address challenges. It is to have the document in black and white. And we also saw issues around ill-thought policies that are poorly designed to serve institutions, particularly students. Students did not feel that they understand or know what is contained in these policies and how to effectively deal with issues as and when they arise. Across all three institutions, we noted the importance of clarifying and simplifying reporting, because reporting was cumbersome. Entry points were diverse, it was too many individuals, security personnel, healthcare services, student bodies. It was just a culmination or combination of too many individuals. So it was unclear. Students did not know where to go exactly. We also note the importance of a development of basic minimum services across all universities, because the services differed. In one institution, this is how the services would be provided, in another in this way. So similar to the Victims' Charter, where it says these are the minimum standards of service, we are arguing that the same should happen, that at the basic minimum, this is what survivors should expect when they seek support. And that, of course, universities can then adapt or advance or even add more to what is seen as basic standards. We are also stating that all focal points or persons who deal with sexual harassment at all levels must be trained on the survivor, victim, first responder approaches. Like I said, sometimes even those who are identified as first responders wouldn't know what to do. There was an instance where an SRC member who says SRCs are identified as a key stakeholder who can respond, but I do not know what to do. And should a student approach me, I wouldn't know what to do. So we are calling for training at all levels. In one university, one of the officials had just come in, they were new, around 7 months, and did not understand the policies and procedures within that institution. We also note that policies and structures must be in place, and as such, they will help separate sexual harassment reporting from other forms. Because sometimes sexual harassment is not understood for what it is. There were instances where it was seen as a lesser violation under gender-based violence. So it is important that it must be elevated to the critical status that it deserves. In addition, these are some of the recommendations: that it is crucial to ensure dissemination, awareness, and education regarding all available and applicable frameworks, policies, procedures, support, and response structures. And this is because, like I said, students did not understand these, did not know where they are located, etc. We recommended improving collaboration among formal on-campus support and response structures, because like I said, there were many identified, but there would seemingly not be a coordinated approach. Each one was dealing with issues as and when they come to them. That institutions must comprehensively address specific challenges of underreporting, specifically by strengthening confidence in institutional response mechanisms. Students did state that they do not trust that the formal systems work for them. So it is important for institutions to strengthen their mechanisms so that they build that trust. The report I referred to earlier states that when this was done, specifically at VETS, where even a gender office was established, that elevated the issues, and also now more reporting came up. So the report makes a comparison of before the existence of that office and after. And it shows that once that mechanism was strengthened, individuals were now confident to come forward and report, because seemingly the system had been strengthened. We also are saying that institutions must develop policies that provide for a proactive prevention. So not just response, but comprehensive and active prevention of sexual harassment, specifically challenging and tackling the notion of toxic masculinity that is embedded in some of the universities in terms of culture. I'm almost done. We are also recommending for more studies to be undertaken, particularly looking into experiences of the LGBTQIA+ community. And this is because they have for the longest time been negated. We are also calling for cost studies to be undertaken And this must be done to calculate productivity, academic time lost, and this is mainly by complainants, respondents, and witnesses. So basically just to say how much effort goes into these issues. Again, cost studies to articulate issues around financial costs for the institution to attend to cases. We noted in 2014 when the KPMG came up to report around the cost of GBV that it raised alarm and sent a strong message around the importance of dealing with the issue because it was denting the GDP. So we are saying institutions must undertake this work so that they can see for themselves in terms of the rands and cents that go into these processes. But also, of course, not neglecting the fact that this is still important to do or tackle as a human rights issue, not just from a cost perspective. And we are recommending for further studies to survey incidence and prevalence. Like I said, there's a data paucity in this regard, and that studies should also examine perpetrators of multiple incidents, as this was mentioned as a key concern in this study, but also highlighted in other reports. Lastly, in terms of our recommendations, we are saying that potential victims of sexual harassment remain on campuses for quite an extensive amount of time, between 3 to 6 years, and as such, experiences of multiple victimization and poly-violence must be understood. So this is just a call for us to say more research needs to be undertaken. With that, I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Research. The second one, CEO, who's going to lead us?
Presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. The presentation that I'm delivering covers gender transformation in institutions of higher education. The title of the report is Gender Transformation Imperatives for the Institutions of Higher Learning 2024-2025. Just to indicate, Chairperson, that this report that we are presenting, we have recently issued it, and we have recently tabled it. As such, even the Department of Higher Education and Training will be seeing the recommendations and findings thereof for the first time in respecting our independence and in acting without fear, favor, and prejudice. Thank you, Chairperson. However, we will highlight issues of collaborations that we have undertaken throughout the financial year. Thank you, Chairperson. The background indicates that between 2014 and 2024, the whole decade, the Commission conducted a series of investigative hearings as well as research in line with its constitutional and legislative mandate to hold institutions accountable. As part of this process, higher education institutions, which includes universities and technical and vocational education and training colleges, appeared before the Commission for assessment of their compliance and employment equity to evaluate broader institutional transformation efforts. In the 2024-2025 financial year, the CGE expanded this function through an audit aimed at assessing progress made in these areas. This is aligned in terms of Section 28 of the Promotion of Equality and the Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act of 2000. The primary objectives of this audit was to identify gender-related vulnerabilities and to evaluate the extent of policy and institutional transformation. As key results, key findings were made in respect of the trends identified in a higher education sector. The CGE consistently observed issues and regression on transformation on its studies and reports on institution of higher learning. Just to touch but a few is the slow progress in gender and racial transformation that is imminent, particularly at the professorial and senior management levels. Women, especially African women and persons with disabilities, remain underrepresented in leadership and academia. Some institutions struggle with high staff turnover among diverse faculty members. Further, there is an issue of pay disparities persistent along gender and race lines, particularly at senior post levels, as well as is disadvantaging women and African professionals. However, some universities, such as Stellenbosch University, have initiated pay audits, and it is allocating funding to address pay disparities. Thirdly, in respect of sexual harassment and gender-based violence, the sexual harassment policies and implementation remains inconsistent. Further, the code of good practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace, it is not yet fully integrated into policies from most universities. Some institutions, including the University of Venda, have introduced cross-disciplinary modules and GBV awareness for all their students. In as far as the LGBTQIA+ and disability inclusion is concerned, many of the institutions lack explicit policies on these aspects. Therefore, absence of inclusive healthcare policies, gender affirming facilities, and representation in the students' governance remains a challenge. Universities such as Walter Sisulu have begun incorporating diversity awareness campaigns. A further institution-driven specific progress noted with the University of Western Cape has made significant progress in gender representation, particularly in leadership roles. The University of Johannesburg has expanded its assistant lecturer programs as empowerment means, with 91% of participants from designated groups. The University of Free State has introduced gender sensitivity workshops and monitoring programs to support women academics. Further, regarding the lack of dedicated funding for gender transformation remains a challenge. Therefore, the need for funding to be dedicated to ensure that the issues of equity as well as succession planning and empowerment is needed. Lastly, the CGE acknowledges, Chairperson, that in this 10-year journey of this evaluation, this report of the CGE does not encompass all range of universities. It does not cover all the TVET colleges, as well as community and private colleges. As such, there's a real need for a systemic change, policy-driven, in order to standardize implementation and best practices related to gender equality. And further, Chairperson, in this 10-year journey, we should not take the very same approach and 10 years again without rigorous transformation, which is policy-driven, to then restart the process again from year one, continue the process for the next 10 years with different set of universities, only to arrive at the same position. And this is called upon in respect of the state obligation that it is required to champion transformation by means of international, regional, and domestic obligations. In particular, the Promotion of Equality and the Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act of 2000. It mandates the states to address the shortcomings to reasonably and practically accommodate diversity in education through legislative measures. Therefore, while some progress has been made in gender transformation across higher education institutions, significant gaps remain. An urgent, structured, accountable, and more transparent approach is necessary. By implementing the recommendations outlined in this report, institutions of higher learning can foster true inclusive environments that reflect South Africa's commitment to gender equality and social justice. In as far as the progress on gender transformation observed through the institutions, there is clear and persistent underrepresentation of women as cited, particularly across the institutions. From the universities that submitted auditable information that progressively made input into the report, Walter Sisulu, Stellenbosch University, University of Free State, University of Venda, and University of Johannesburg are among those. And out of the evaluation, Stellenbosch University reported a 20% increase in women holding senior positions, while the University of Western Cape emerged as the leading institution in promoting women leadership. Out of the total of 2,553 personnel, 1,500 are women and about 1,001 are men. Therefore, women are in the majority at all levels. And to be more specific, it is dominating women representation at the top senior academic as well as administrative level, therefore setting up a tone for some progressive means that are working to empower. And as our CEO and chairperson indicated, the numbers are not what matters, but the conducive environment that ensures retainment of such qualified and competent personnel in the universities. In terms of the university, Walter Sisulu University demonstrated progress in disability inclusion. When they appeared before the commission, they had zero representation of persons with disability. And at the current moment, they increased that to 13. However, women's representation declined marginally, resulting from the overall staff decrease that the university experienced in as far as its workforce profile is concerned. Therefore, common challenges remain, particularly in the areas of funding and staff retention, as well as equitable representation. Further, the CGE found that effectiveness of gender equality plans varied significantly across institutions. This is despite and irrespective of the advanced labor laws that we are having in the country. The employment equity plans are not have not been fruitful and impactful in showing their contribution to the universities. However, there are positive aspects that were included. The university, Stellenbosch University, demonstrated strategic intent through its internal audits and the implementation of its programs, which include Sunrise program. The University of Western Cape showed positive trends in transformation, despite relying on outdated policies. The outdated policies was the main concern throughout the 10 years that the Commission has been observing and calling this institution to appear before it. Because with outdated policies, the students are denied the privilege, not the privilege, but the right as well in protection that is intended by the legislation. Therefore, prolonged review of policies contributes a lot to the regression as well as the protection that is desired. Therefore, no matter how much the country is moving, but the slow implementation and review of policies to align with the law, that has been noted throughout consistently to date. The University of Walter Sisulu was commended for notable improvement in employment equity and the advancement of disability inclusion. The University of Venda has made commendable strides in integrating gender-based violence and diversity into its curriculum, alongside improvement in student support services. Similarly, the University of Johannesburg initiated leadership development programs aimed at empowering students. However, despite these positive efforts, the CGE noted that gender-based violence remains a serious concern affecting student safety. Response policies to GBV were found to be inconsistent across policies, as highlighted by my colleagues earlier. Therefore, there is then a need to ensure that there is an urgent transformation initiatives that ensures that early in the academic journey, particularly at first year experience, the students are made aware of these policies, and it should be compulsory. The need for this is that with different sectors, curriculum does not cater necessarily for gender transformation and the issues of gender-based violence and femicide. And these graduates that are going to be produced are distanced from the realities and the laws, as well as the awareness from these initiatives. Hence the need for a compulsory modules that are addressing these aspects is noted. The GBV, as highlighted in many cases, is going unreported. Moreover, the high-profile cases that reach national attention represents only a fraction of the actual incidents that are reported. Many institutions have policy gaps on this issue. For instance, they lack comprehensive policies that directly addresses GBV. Instead of focusing only on sexual harassment, there is often a gap between policy and practice with poor performance on existing regulations, as our research has shown. Social norms, gender biases, and cultural beliefs also often normalize GBV and discourage victims from seeking justice. Furthermore, alcohol and drug use on campuses, as found in the sexual harassment report, also are linked to the increased risks of sexual violence. The impact this has on marginalized groups and students is also notable. Therefore, it is clear that stronger institutional accountability and more proactive policies that addresses GBV beyond sexual harassment is necessitated. Universities should implement better support system for victims, including counseling and legal assistance, as well as strengthening their awareness campaigns. What is clearly important is the collaboration with the law enforcement. All these issues, particularly gender-based violence, it is as a societal issues, needs to be addressed from different institutions and duty bearers in the society. Therefore, collaboration with human rights organizations, student groups is crucial, and also focus on transformation campus cultures to actively challenge gender inequalities and violence. Thus, ensuring safety from gender-based violence remains a significant challenge that requires comprehensive policy and supportive programs for victims. As such, the Commission has been collaborating with the Department of Higher Education and Training to conduct such initiatives that are aimed at the creation of inclusivity, such as the program of start of the academic year outreach and related activities at the post-school education and training institutions. The Commission's investigations revealed an urgent need for higher education institutions to adopt more rigorous, transparent, accountable approaches towards achieving gender equality. In as far as sexual harassment policies is concerned, observed evidence indicate that vulnerable female students are at a heightened risk of sexual harassment, particularly when seeking essential support such as accommodation, registration, assistance on improved academic outcomes. This was conducted by the Commission through the research report that has been presented, which reveals that leaders on political leaders of political students movement have been predominantly implicated in cases of sexual harassment, where assistance with first year registration and residence allocation is allegedly exchanged for sexual favors. These findings underscores how hegemonic masculinity reinforces gendered power imbalances, creating an environment where coercion and exploitation thrives. Moreover, the research suggests that hierarchical structures of universities foster transactional relationships, not only between the student, but also between student and staff. The dynamic enables perpetrators of sexual harassment to deflect accountability by reframing allegations, claiming that women initiated the advances rather than acknowledging how they are rooted in patriarchal privileges and abuse of power. This tactic not only silence survivors but also perpetuate culture of impunity, further discouraging victims from coming forward. And in addressing some of these aspects, the Department of Higher Education and Training dispatched the questionnaires emanating from the research report to the institutions of higher learning. However, out of those questionnaires that were dispatched to the universities or these institutions, a total of 26 of them, only 18 of those institutions responded as reported. And this is a concern because it has been through the 10 years that the Commission has been observing. And you will also note, Honorable Chairperson, that the Commission has not conducted a once-off sitting with these universities throughout the 10 years. It will call these institutions to appear the first time. It will also conduct a follow-up on progress that these institutions have been making. And a lot of the times regression have been reported. And it should also be emphasized that throughout the 10 years, through the transformation hearings, the Commission has never struggled with cooperation from these universities. They have always appeared and they've always cooperated and provided information. However, when we have to move towards the solutions to the problems that we are uncovering and that remains, and the regression that we are facing in transformation, these very same universities are reluctant to provide that auditable information that shows, and solution-driven initiatives that shows that they are concerned about these initiatives. And they will take the approach of not responding for some auditable information that can be examined to see the nature and the causes of this regression. Further, similar to the audit that is conducted by the CGE, the response regarding auditable information was, a request was sent to 21 institutions, and only 5 of those institutions responded to the audit, because the audit intended to find that there is indeed a declaration and a confirmation that indeed we will never have movement from the past 10 years from what we have observed. And clearly, even from the response of these institutions, including even from the follow-ups that were conducted through the 10 years, not only in the previous financial years, we remain in the same position. As such, it may take us 100 years before we even move without rigorous transformation and deliberate initiatives by the duty bearers. As such, the approaches of the institution in addressing recommendations are fragmented. Hence, the recommendation of this report aims to standardize some of the best practices and effective responses. The Commission noted the recurring annual challenges related also to the delayed disbursement funds by the NSFAS, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. The delays contributes to the increased vulnerabilities to gender-based violence and femicide, as they often places students, especially during the registration periods, under significant financial and emotional stress. Beyond tuition and accommodation, students also faces urgent needs such as access to food. in the absence of the timely support, many students are faced to resort to unsafe coping mechanisms, including exploitative loans and high-risk financial arrangement, which may expose them to further socio-economic harm and GBVF risks. To mitigate these vulnerabilities, a legislative and strategic engagement with NSFAS is necessary. Therefore, this report, as it has been recently issued, an engagement will pursue with NSFAS to address this aspect. Hence, the recommendations you will note in the report are for the legislated release of the funds to address some of these contributory factors to GBV. The Article 11.3 of the African Charter on Human Rights and Welfare on the Child provides that member states to the Charter shall take all appropriate means with a view of achieving a full realization of this right, and shall in particular encourage the development of secondary education in its various forms and progressive, make it free and accessible to all, and make higher education accessible to all on the basis of capacity, ability, to every appropriate means. And to realize the objectives of the Charter, we still have a long way to go. If every year there is a delay in release of funds. Even yesterday, the Commission continued to note that funds have still not been released, yet we are towards the end of the financial year. And in respect of the sexual harassment policies, the Commission's assessment reveals a growing recognition among institutions of higher learning of an urgent need to address sexual harassment and gender-based violence through comprehensive policy reforms, targeted training, and established survivor-centered reporting mechanisms. This is particularly vital given the evidence presented in the research report, which highlights vulnerabilities of women, specifically in the context where power dynamics and access to essential resources creates opportunities for coercion and exploitation. Against this backdrop, the University of Johannesburg, University of Free State, the University of Venda, Stellenbosch University, Walter Sisulu University have made significant strides. Each university has demonstrated varying levels of commitment to addressing sexual harassment and gender-based violence through policy updates, capacity building, disciplinary actions, and innovative reporting tools. Notably, some of these institutions like the University of Venda and University of Johannesburg have taken decisive disciplinary actions, while others such as Stellenbosch University and Walter Sisulu University have introduced the digital platforms and external reviews to promote accessibility, transparency, and accountability. So some of these positive strides are needed to be reflective within our legislative reforms. So in order for them to be standardized, because if these universities could do it, master it, and perfect it, they can therefore improve each other's where they have shortcomings. Some of the challenges highlight the need for the sustained institutional commitment, not only to policy development, but also to cultural transformation and systemic challenges. Therefore, while significant progress has been noted, ongoing vigilance, accountability, and survivor-centered approaches remain essential for eradication of sexual harassment and gender-based violence in institutions. The Commission urges all institutions to intensify their efforts, address implementation gaps, foster inclusivity, and respectful campuses environment that upholds dignity and safety for all students. The CGE is still confident, Chairperson, that the universities are capacitated as leading in the academic space. They have well-resourced and experienced professionals who can drive us and assist us to see through the recommendations that we are making. And we are yet to see their impact and them bringing their expertise, their research skills and resources that they are having to come and drive this transformation imminently. In as far as the engagement on LGBTQI issues, trans and gender diverse persons continue to experience significant challenges that hinders full participation in society despite legal protection and policy advancements. These challenges stems from systemic barriers in legal recognition, institutional policies, societal attitudes as well. The report outlines the key issues faced by trans and gender diverse individuals, particularly within the higher education institutions, and highlights the areas requiring urgent attention. Many existing policies are either non-inclusive or fail to address the specific needs of trans and gender diverse individuals. The absence of neutral policies or the failure to implement inclusive measures exacerbates their marginalization, particularly in the institutions of education. Additionally, the institutional policies may contribute to heightened surveillance, unwarranted inspections, and unwarranted monitoring activities, which can result in intimidation and harassment. As such, lack of clear anti-discriminatory policies leaves transgender diverse persons vulnerable at the institutions and leads to their systemic exclusion. These individuals frequently experience social ostracism and rejection from their families and communities. This marginalization limits their ability to advocate for their rights and restricts their participation in public and professional lives. They are also at an increased risk of violence and harassment in both public and private spaces. This includes physical attacks, sexual violence, verbal abuse, which contributes to their insecurity and limit their access to safe environments. This picture highlights the progress in transformation in one slide in connection with inclusivity. When we observe the University of Johannesburg, it shows strong inclusivity initiatives despite lower transformation impact. And when you look at the University of Free State, it demonstrates high transformation impact with significant inclusivity initiatives. And when you look at Walter Sisulu University, it lacks both transformational impact and inclusivity initiatives. And with Stellenbosch University, it has high transformation impact but needs more inclusivity initiatives. This picture shows you exactly what we need to be standardized and reformed so that all institutions shares this knowledge and expertise between these four segments that are indicated here. Therefore, all of them, if they were to use one for the other and being as a standard practice, it will indeed improve all of them to be indeed showing strong inclusivity initiatives as well as impact in terms of inclusivity. The Commission also throughout the financial year, it conducted strategic engagement. It met on the 19th of November 2024, the Deputy Minister for the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Mimi Gondwe, wherein during the discussion, the slow pace of transformation and non-cooperations were raised, and the need for systemic and multi-sectoral response was discussed. The department conducts oversight into quality of higher education provided by these institutions. However, the department has limitations in terms of compelling transformation, Not all higher education institutions are funded by the state. So the scope of the department to intervene, especially with private education institutions and community colleges, is extremely limited. The CGE, during the engagement with the ministry and the department, presented the two reports, the then report of transformation of 2024, as well as the sexual harassment report that was presented. And resulting that, it resulted in the establishment of the task team led by the Deputy Minister, which was tasked to develop an action plan to address the CGE's recommendations and collaboration in conducting outreach and gender mainstreaming initiatives. The initiatives was launched in February 2025 under the theme Start of the Academic Year Outreach and Related Activities on GBVF and Transformation within the post-school education and training sector system. Further activities are being conducted currently across provinces with institutions of higher learning during the current financial year. Just to note a few chairperson universities that we have currently been engaging in terms of transformation and outreach activities. It is in my notes here. They include universities whereby the gender mainstreaming initiatives and outreach programs are being conducted. Currently, Tshwane University of Technology, Mangosuthu University, Ikhala TVET colleges, Nelson Mandela University in George Campus, the Cape College of Cape Town, Moteo TVET College, Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Orbit TVET College, Vuselela TVET College, Talezo TVET College, Waterberg TVET College. It's the institutions that we are targeting, Honorable Chairperson, through these initiatives. Central to the initiatives is collaborated efforts, which involves the Department of Higher Education and Training, CGE, as well as Higher Health, in championing gender equality, combating gender-based violence and femicide, and as well as advancing health and wellness. The nurturing, inclusive, and equitable academic spaces is essential for the institutions. And further, the engagement regarding the NSFAS, the Department of Higher Education noted and received over 4,000 complaints in its help desk regarding issues of related to NSFAS administration. The Department of Employment and Labor, Department of Home Affairs, and South African Human Rights Commission will be engaged. The report, this report under review will be launched, as well as engagements will be initiated with different sectors and stakeholders that are essential in addressing the issues that the reports raised. So therefore, they will be engaged, particularly also regarding the concerns of recruitment of foreign nationals into higher education institutions for positions outside the scarce skills requirement. In essence, the strategic engagements with the department as well as Higher Health provided significant and impactful platforms for discussing and addressing key issues related to transformation, student well-being, and institutional oversight in higher education by centering values of dignity, diversity, and justice, and holding stakeholders accountable through transparent, ethical leadership. It is only creates a safer, healthier, and more inclusive campuses. As such, this initiative is not just a response to urgent needs, it is a bold step towards systemic change where every individual in the academic community can thrive, contribute meaningfully, and be empowered to lead with integrity. further initiatives in terms of the public education and information initiatives that were undertaken by the Commission, as well as the other departments, key stakeholders, in addressing and fostering safe, inclusive educational environments. Collaboration continued and outreach awareness as well. Already this intervention has met and managed to deliver its programs and objectives thereof at the Solplaki universities in 2025, as well as the University of Zululand, whereby awareness was raised and gender discrimination. Students and staff were educated on prevention and response strategies. Promotion of gender transformation also was undertaken. Therefore, collaboration between CGE, DHET, Higher Health, and as well as Department of Labor and other key stakeholders is essential and must continue. The journey will continue, Chairperson, as it has been done in the past 10 years. And as it is very essential for policy implementation, resource mobilization, and capacity building. And further programs that have been undertaken is gender mainstreaming interventions through these collaborated efforts with the universities countrywide. Gender and development training was also part of the aspects that were addressed. Awareness, outreach, wider institutional communities to tackle issues of sexual harassment, GBV, and safer campuses, as well as policy advocacies. And what the Commission is utilizing is a gender mainstreaming audit tool whereby these institutions can even conduct self-assessment without waiting for the Commission, being proactive, in other words, to do their self-transformation assessment so that they can identify their deficiencies and improve their institutional policies. The tool does assist a lot in ensuring baseline assessment, as well as progress tracking, monitoring, implementation of the outcome and initiatives, impact evaluation as well in as far as policy reforms and implementation is concerned. And the CGE has platforms to receive completed tools to assess such submissions. They can be submitted by emails indicated to the Commission for assessment. In as far as the findings are concerned, the conclusions are based on several key findings, which are the absence of standardized gender transformation policies. Secondly, there is lack of mandatory gender equality training. Thirdly, there is limited alignment with the Department of Employment and Labor's Code of Good Practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. Further, there is insufficient allocation of gender-sensitive budgets. Another aspect is that there is absence of regular compliance audits. A further finding is that there are gaps in the provision of inclusivity facilities, effective name change policies for gender diverse students and staff. To address these findings, a comprehensive analysis of data provided. From that information, the CG concluded that there is an urgent need to establish consistent national standards for gender transformation across institutions. This includes enforcing accountability through stronger oversight by both the Department of Higher Education and Training and the CGE, and ensuring that institutional budgeting reflects transformation priorities and safeguarding the rights of LGBTQIA+ persons and persons with disabilities through inclusive infrastructure and policies. As such, the recommendations in accordance with Section 11(1)A of the CGE, the Commission deems it necessary to make legislative reform recommendations. The Promotion of Equality and the Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act 4 of 2000 mandates the state to address shortcomings to reasonably and practically accommodate diversity in education through legislative measures, to promote equality and the status of women in higher learning environments and as envisaged by Section 11(1)(d) of the Commission for Gender Equality Act. The Commission recommends that Parliament adopt new legislation that would standardize the following. It should enact laws that will necessarily support gender transformation in higher education. It must regulate the conduct regular oversight to ensure implementation and accountability. And the enactment of the legislation mandating the development and implementation of the standardized gender policies across all institutions. And this must be applied to cover TVET colleges, to cover community as well as private colleges and the universities. These standardized initiatives should, in terms of policy, comprehensively address employment equity and anti-harassment and rights of persons with disabilities. It should also ensure inclusion and protection of LGBTQI+ individuals. It must have clear implementation guidelines, reporting mechanisms, and consequences for non-compliance. Further, there is a need to legislate the compulsory gender modules by amending the higher education legislation to require the introduction of a compulsory module, accredited gender studies module across all faculties and fields of study. The curriculum must cover the issues identified above. This will institutionalize gender sensitivity and awareness among all graduates. Further, there must be enhanced recruitment and representation. This includes provision in employment equity legislation specific to the higher education sector that mandate targeted recruitment of women and persons with disabilities into leadership and decision-making roles, that links compliance with transformation targets to eligibility to government funding, subsidies, and initiatives, that will establish penalties for institutions that are failing to meet representation benchmarks. Further, there must be supportive facilities improvement, an amendment of infrastructure and student services regulations to compel all institutions to provide and improve inclusive, accessible facilities, including unisex restrooms on campus, child centers, and disability-friendly infrastructure. Further regulation is recommendations regarding the delayed release of funding and GBF risk, to legislate the timely release of NSFAS with prescribed annual disbursements scheduling aligned with the academic calendars. Emergency relief mechanisms for students at risk due to financial delays, and provides for reduced vulnerabilities to GBVF and financial exploitation. The further item to be regulated includes mandate annual independent compliance audits across all institutions to assess implementation of gender transformation policies. Institution adheres to equity and inclusion standards and progress against the set targets. And these audits must be reported to Parliament and be published to ensure transparency and accountability. In conclusion, despite progress being achieved at institutions of higher learning, major systemic gaps persist, particularly underrepresentation of gender and persons with disabilities. There remains urgent need to improve accountability and transparency and to implement structured transformation agenda. Both institutional commitment and proactive state involvement are critical to driving meaningful and sustained change. Equity in higher education is essential for broader societal transformation, requiring institutions to actively operationalize inclusive policies. Achieving this goal demands stronger monitoring and mechanisms, adequate funding, and committed leadership. The Commission remains committed to maintain oversight of the sector to ensure sustained progress. The recommended legislative reforms offers a vital pathway forward, a more inclusive, equitable and accountable higher education system by addressing structural gaps in gender policies, representation and student support. These measures will contribute meaningfully to the fight against GBVF and promote safer, more inclusive campuses. Strategic engagements with the departments and higher health served as a critical platform to surface these issues and align on practical policy-driven solutions. It is now essential that these discussions lead to concrete legislative actions that reflect South Africa's commitment to gender equality and social justice. In accordance with the Constitution and the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, the Commission submits this report on gender transformation imperatives for the institutions of higher learning 2024-2025 to Parliament to address its findings and recommendations and to hold duty bearers accountable. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CEO.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. That is our presentation, but I just wanted to add one or two things before we hand over, Chairperson. Firstly, what we are saying today is that, Chair, we need retention strategies as well. Retention strategies that have a gender consideration to it, right? Because we are doing the recruitment, we are putting systems in place, but they are leaving. So when it comes to retention strategies, we do also find that then there's that gap that is not focusing from a gender equality perspective. We need to improve reporting systems. You've heard from our first presentation that the students were not comfortable to disclose certain things to us, right? It says then there's a fear of being victimized, therefore we need to improve the reporting systems. We've also highlighted, Chair, that there are unreported mechanisms that are being explored. And we are saying when there is an unofficial reported cases, there should be risk assessments that are done by universities so that we can understand where the issues are coming from. So if universities are going to accept that there are unofficial reported cases and they don't embark on risk assessment, it's a critical aspect that we are saying it needs to be addressed. And again, I want to emphasize, there must be that intentional commitment. For 10 years, we've been told that women are not there, persons with disabilities are not there. But if you look at the student population, for example, students with disabilities, they are there within the universities. Why are we looking far? You must groom from within. If you are saying there are no women, suitably qualified women, you need to groom from within. You need to have clear, dedicated mentorship programs that will really have your next lecturer, senior lecturer, professor, and so forth. So this is what the universities are doing. They are currently embarking on processes to get retired professors, for example, to come and render services to the universities. And even when that is done, there is no job shadowing that is embarked on. So at what point do we do a transfer of skill? It defeats the whole purpose. So if you are looking for a professor, one of the requirements is you must have published so many accredited articles. Who bears the responsibility to transfer that skill? So if we are committed to transformation, we must say even those retired professors or existing professors, they must be obliged, Chairperson, that they must have at least one or two people that are underrepresented at certain occupational levels so that they can mentor and transfer the skill. It defeats the whole purpose, Chairperson. Otherwise, we are going to have people who are in retirement forever, but still rendering services, yet we cry foul that we don't have designated groups or persons with disabilities. We need that intentional commitment. We have argued with universities that have clear mentorship programs. Make sure that when you do your writing retreats, you pair 1 or 2 students with seasoned professors. But the same professors at times, they don't want to do that, Chair, because this is a bread and butter for them. So we must be clear, if we are about transformation, that this must be mandatory to universities. So we must look and build from within. And we're not saying appoint for the sake of appointing. The Employment Equity Act is clear. Suitably qualified people. So appoint those suitably qualified people, groom them from within. And we argue, Chairperson, that for 10 years, we've been hearing commitment. I think 10 years later, Chairperson, we shouldn't be talking commitment, we should be talking tangible results. Where are we deliberately in terms of achieving equity? So universities, just like other employers, they put these numerical goals knowing very well that there's not going to be any enforcement or punitive mechanisms should they fail to achieve certain goals. And we argue, Chair, if we are about commitment, we need to start to hold these institutions accountable. We watched with pleasure this committee at one of these sessions where you were really interrogating the issue of equity. And we welcome that, and we want to just say we support that simply because if all levels of society can really enforce the issue of equity, then it will be taken seriously by all institutions. Chairperson, with that being said, we have also appeared before provincial legislatures making a similar call to say let the universities in all provinces come and appear and request legislatures to also pose a similar question. Where are you in terms of achieving equity? With that being said, Chair, I believe that that concerted effort will be realized and will have achieved what we believe is a just outcome in terms of our mandate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO. Chair?
Isn't anything from us, we will welcome questions.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I think before I give members, just 1 or 2 things, maybe let's welcome the presentations. I think the presenters presented very well, clear, conscious, concise, straight to the point, made presentation that makes sense, and thank you very much for that to the both of you. Thanks, CEO, for at least acknowledging some of the work that these members would have made. You know, it's very difficult when you are dealing with especially institutions that believe that they don't have to account anyway. The universities in South Africa have got that mentality, and not all of them, but just last week or week before, an institution representing universities wrote to me, USAF, University of South Africa, literally complaining that in us doing our oversight work, we make them uncomfortable. Yeah, they want to be comfortable. And some of the issues that they've raised, and I've said to them, I respect them so much that in the next term we're going to engage with them on their letter, because that letter makes a number of allegations against members that you know, we behave like we're in a military camp. We ask them questions they don't like. We're too provocative. I mean, you ask an institution when we're on, in March, we go to an institution, and this had me, just like when we interacted with Ingwe TVET College on the 11th of June. You know, it had me that a person who, a deputy principal responsible for HR, does not seem to understand the process that an institution must embark on when there's a sexual harassment case. And this person is a female. You know, I was at pains trying to explain to her that when a student, and I think the first presentation covered this part, and we'll uncover it when we deal with questions. For a student to stand up against a lecturer and say, this person has sexually harassed me, it takes a lot. Because it's a power game here. And for you, after this student would have gained so much strength internally to report this person, for you not to do anything is a betrayal not only to that victim, but to everybody else in the system who some of them wants to come out, but they can't. And when you ask them these questions, you get this thing, no, you're asking us, we don't like how you ask questions. I mean, do they understand? You know, sometimes I ask myself, even when I'm at home, but do these people really understand the problems we're dealing with? When I'm at home and I get a WhatsApp from a student who says, powerful lecturer X, Y, and Z, or Dean X, Y, and Z, you can't do anything to them because they even tell you, they dare you, they say, go and report us. And let's see where you'll end up. These students, some of them, and that is why in your findings say some of them don't come out for a variety of reasons. They are doing final year. They'll rather die with this thing of being harassed so that they can have a career tomorrow. Because if they dare stand up and raise their voice against this powerful person, it's the end of their academic. So I'm happy that you are raising this thing because sometimes us as members as well, even though we're elected by millions of people to represent them, ourselves, in fact, I think we're also harassed, you know, by some of these institutions who believe that we're not supposed to ask them these questions. And I'm glad that you have raised that point. I felt I must commend you on that. You ask a person, okay, you know, there's an institution we dealt with or interacted with last year. And they said to us, no, we have not appointed a vice chancellor because we did not get a suitable person. And that is why this vice chancellor has been vice chancellor since 2003. And you ask yourself, okay, Uring, what are you saying? What are you saying? You're saying to us, Uri, you know, Uri, you can just tell you. There's a deliberate attempt to walk into power. I'm sorry. Usually when I speak about this institution, something happens to me. But you ask them, okay. Then you get another institution saying, we have decided the term of this person has ended. They've reached, which one? Oh, we have, thanks. We have, maybe he wanted to hear himself breathe. No, I'm joking. This person has reached the retirement age. But their policies, you see, they make their policies so nice for them that they say, if you are a vice chancellor and you reach a retirement age, your thing ends, your contract ends. Then we can hire you on a contract basis. That's what they do. And you ask yourself, why would they want to hire on a contract? This person has been there for 10 years. You want to tell me that internally you have not identified any, or you have not transferred any skill internally for anybody there to do this job? Or what are you doing? So their policies, they do them. So, and I'm happy that we have raised this, the skill transfer issue very sharply, because when we raise it, we're accused of encroachment. Yeah, no, the portfolio committee is bordering on encroachment. You can't enter recruitment of a university. And we always tell them, academic freedom we respect fully. But that goes hand in hand with public accountability. Unfortunately, because we vote for these budgets, you must account publicly to them. And whether you like us or you don't, we're not going to, you rather lobby for us to be removed. But you must never think that we are going to keep quiet when you are refusing to publicly account for what you are doing with the public resource. So they were going to, and I'm happy, when a Chapter 9 institution says to us, let's collaborate in making sure that X, Y, and Z is done. For me, it's music to my ears. AG knows. So I'm going to harass you. But this harassment this time, at least it's on a lighter note. So Chair, I'm going to be on your case and say, can we do X, Y, and Z? Can we do, because we have committed that we want to do changes to the Higher Education Act. And in one of the recommendations you put there is that we must do that, and then we must put certain things there, or modules, that must be compulsory. I welcome that part, but when we do so, we'll go to public hearings. So Council for Gender Equality must make sure that they are on the ground lobbying, your constituencies when we go to these institutions for public hearing or public consultations to help us with these recommendations, because making them here, now we're not going to impose. We're going to say these are the 20 changes we would like the public to comment on. Then we'll go to them. But the changes will be affected by what comes out of the public. So we'll have to work together in making sure that happens. So members, so thank you very much for those. We'll come back with our answers. Mama Seko, you will be number 1. Tatem Kize, you'll be number 2. Governor, number 3. Khao, number 4. I've already noted you. Low, number 5. No. This time you're number 6. In netball. In netball, when you are number 6 there, you are very special because you help us defend the goals. So you'll be, you'll be number 6, Honorable Ngubane number 7, Khabo number 8, and if there's any questions, I'll come in last. So we have, it's 12 o'clock, so we have 7 minutes each. You can ask questions both to CGE, and then we'll interact with them. And then, but also the department on what you think they could have done better. So, Mama Sego.
Thank you very much, and also thanks for the presentation. It's really making a very great impact on some of the challenges that we have identified as we do the oversight. Just a quick one, with the powers invested in CGE, in what way do you enforce the recommendations that you compliance in the institutions as you do the recommendations to the higher education institutions. And maybe if you can give us an example of where you have done that. COO, you'll take it.
So I'll mention with UKZN, for example, when they appeared in 2017, there was no a sense of inclusivity in terms of their programs, right? When we engaged, then they developed that social justice model, which they made it compulsory for them, right? So what we were able to enjoy was a sense of cooperation, but it was on soft issues, right? These are things that they could immediately put in the curriculum. With childcare facilities as well, there are universities that we have recommended, and they included that. The only hurdle that comes with universities is the employment when it comes to equity issues. There we have a problem. They would put systems in place. That one we agree. We'll talk about the recruitment, they will put it in place. But the upward mobility thereof becomes a problem, because that's where, amongst others, patriarchy kicks in. We, in fact, had one university I know, when we engaged in 2015, they still hold a view that they could not permit a female driver to drive a car. They genuinely believed only males should drive that. So patriarchy is also a serious barrier, notwithstanding progressive systems in place. So they comply, as my colleague said, systems are there, they commit, and then when it comes to implementation, it's a problem. We, in terms of our powers, we have a legislative gap now, which we are currently before the Constitutional Court with the South African Human Rights Commission in terms of the binding effect of our powers, because the courts, the SCA is of the view that our powers are non-binding. We can only recommend. And we are saying since 1996, the trajectory has changed so much that if we are not given the necessary teeth to enforce, we will never achieve that. But innovatively with the chairperson, she correctly highlighted that she's been writing to.
Thank you very much. I think
Chair,
that
can I just build on this? I do not want honorable members to walk away and think the CGE does not have powers to implement. This was a recent decision in a high court, and we have challenged it. Throughout the existence of the CGE and other Chapter 9s, we have actually regarded ourselves as institutions that have got powers for their recommendations to be implemented. In fact, Nkandla versus the, I just forget, President of the Republic, a public protector versus President of the Republic in the Nkandla judgment, that was clarified. The AG has also taken a few institutions to court. There were municipalities, I think it was Northwest and Eastern Cape, where they were saying, AG, don't come here, we don't want to see you, we're okay without you. And there were other cases where the AG, it was also confirmed. But again, when you look at all of us as institutions and our instruments, we have got the power to search and seize documents for investigation. That comes with some level of strength. We have got powers to subpoena. We have got powers to come here and say, please listen to us. That counts for something. And it just had to take this one decision, and it was unfortunate. I don't want to say it was a junior judge. It still is a court, and we are challenging it. And we are hoping out of it we will get clarity. But we are solid. We are also going to be changing our act just to make sure that that gets out of the way.
Yeah, no, you can switch off the mic. I'm happy with the example that you've made with the AG versus that one of Nkandla. It's a perfect example.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think it's going to be a very interesting one to hear the judgment after you have challenged on the outcome. But maybe on the issue, CEO, of the GBV, one thing that, as we do an oversight, that we have identified is the some of the higher education institutions that they don't have the policy that is activated. And I was once interacting with the University of Western Cape trying to have a policy for the sexual harassment, and they identified the short change in how we implement, whether in labor or anywhere else. They're saying the seriousness of the sexual harassment, whether in private or in governments, anywhere else, is how do we take it? When you get employed, you get to receive your contract of employment. It's a serious document to you, but we separate the sexual harassment policy, of which at that time is when you are supposed also to put it in so that it becomes the Bible of each and every person within the working environment. Now, in saying what I'm saying, and with the data that you have collected when you do the sexual harassment research, how do you collect, because I see you haven't mentioned the bullying that is part of that. How do you collect the data in making sure of you've got a research document that talks to the exact happenings within the higher education institutions?
Thank you, Chairperson. So the methodology that we were embarking on was more qualitative, right? We were assessing the standards that have been embarked on by universities to develop policies, not necessarily the collection of data, right? So we've been relying on a number of instruments. So 1998, we're looking at the Code of Conduct on the handling of good practice, and we know that was set aside in 2005, right? From 2005, we've moved, now we're in, is it 2012? So we've been using those frameworks to identify whether they have solid, responsive policies or not. But I agree with you, Honorable Member, that it was, for me, you can have a policy, but those that are tasked with the implementation, it's a problem. We had a situation with one pharmaceutical company where, just on the example that you're giving, when the candidate was given their first pack at work, the first question that was asked was, what was your favorite sex position? Truly speaking, that happened now. So it says the company doesn't align with that type of attitude, right? Or behavior or conduct. But the systems are there. But the one who is tasked with the implementation has a problem. And that is why our recommendations are, amongst others, you must have sexual harassment sessions, fully conducted by an independent person, so that we can make sure that the discourse is fully understood. We did an unannounced visit with one of the universities with a similar recommendation, and they gave us a date that on this date, we will be having a sexual harassment. When we arrived there, it was literally a 2-line statement. This is your sexual harassment policy, don't do it. Can we talk about labor issues? And that is where the problem is, because the champions of these policies, they themselves, they have not been properly inducted and understand the gender dynamics that happens within the place of work. And that's where we see our problem. So we did not collect data. We were assessing with the existing international, regional, and national instruments to determine whether they have solid policies or not. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I've got a lot of questions. I'm trying to touch as much as I can. Maybe for the department, the higher health. We talk about the perpetrators and the victims. We don't talk a lot about that. Because we have never received even the report on the higher health to say the allocated money, what do you do, how do you go about to see that it pays dividends? Now, how do you also allocate the budget in higher health to make sure that it talks to the issue of the sexual harassment, being the victims and also being the perpetrators that have to know the culture that we are trying to develop in fighting the GBV within the higher education institutions?
Thank you very much, Honorable Masego, for that question. Indeed, perhaps as the chairperson indicated the last time we were here, we did commit ourselves to bringing a report in September that would speak to the work that we do with higher health. The first point I would like to raise is that we work with higher health on developing the policies that have been reported here. And we would like to express appreciation for the points that have been raised regarding the need for those policies to be improved upon. The second point that I would like to raise is that in terms of allocation, as a minimum from my branch and allocated through the two colleagues that are seated behind me, for GBVF, we allocate to higher health as a minimum 30 million for GBVF. And that is intended primarily to attend to victims and students in particular. And we could go at length to the modus operandi and and the reach that we have made. But I'm mindful of the fact that the chair says I speak a lot, but we basically allocate 30 million for gender-based violence and femicide. That is separate to the civic education program that honorable members were exposed to, where there is a module that is accredited by the quality, the QTCO institution. But we don't at the moment, at this particular moment, we are not 100% happy about the implementation of the Transforming Mentalities program, because that one is intended to ensure that we address issues that look at the perpetrators and attending to matters pertaining to addressing toxic mentalities and addressing matters pertaining to men who perpetrate violence. Thank you.
Yeah, no, if we have time, you'll come back. Let's give others. No, when we have time, you'll come back to your last question. And Dadam Keys.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Commission, Commission for Gender Equity, government, and Higher Health present. I think the report was really enjoyable, just to hear how it also corroborates with other research studies that have been done for many years ago, you know, how you'll pick up some of the consistencies. And I think the report really reaffirmed the reality that gender-based violence or issues of gender equity are more of a social issue than other things. And as part of social issues, you find issues of socioeconomic conditions, cultural issues, issues of gender, issues of race as well. And without having that contextual understanding, you'll not be able to address gender equity issues or gender-based violence at large. It's also a matter of contemporary issues, issues that transpire in different material space and time. And I think the report has been able to put together. But our biggest interest is the learner or the student on the ground as to how our work and what we do and discuss here now facilitate change on the ground. That's why my questions would be more on what now. Now you know what's the problem. What next? So I'll just take points as they come. I'll drop question and go. I'll not do buy, stop, and go and all that. So on the issue of lack of gender and racial transformation, I would like to know the Department of Education, Higher Education and Training, the Commission itself, what are practical steps now to solve that? We know what's the problem now. There should be a plan. We can't keep the victim suffering for a longer time. We know this GBV issues, equity issues, there are a lot of psychodynamics at play which influence GBV. Some come from cultural, environmental level of access to information, economic resources and all that. And the report has pointed out that you saw more vulnerabilities when there's delayed payments, for example. So you can link the behavior, the vulnerability, the suffering to financials. So we will need a practical plan. I would really like to know what now. We know the problem now, what next? On pay disparities against women and people living with disability, I would also like to know how to address that at universities. I noted the point of currently not having binding powers, but what's the plan? Also considering that lack of GBV policy implementation, particularly on sexual harassment. I would really like to know what we do now, from now moving forward on that one as well, because we can't have a situation where we keep on singing about the problem, but there are no solutions. And clearly, by virtue of this being a social matter, it means in its nature now it's more complicated. We know how social issues could be entangled to each other. Therefore, no one institution or organ can solve this problem. You need coordination of other NGOs, the civil society, proper coordination between Commission for Gender Equity, higher health, the higher learning institution and training. So proper coordination will be required just to hear what is your strategy around coordinating effectively now. Because we know that the terrain on the ground sometimes it is highly contested, there's competition even amongst the organizations, the NGOs in the tertiary space, some gatekeeping and all that. At the end of the day, the learner suffers. You know, there's a lot of gatekeeping, you know, but we want to bring service, but there will be issues and all that. So what's a plan there? Lack of funding for gender awareness. And I'm saying government may also be required. I'd like to hear from government. What are we doing as government to really fund those programs for awareness? Because that's the only way. Creation of critical awareness is the most strong vehicle to facilitate social change. And without that, you are not going to be able to win. Late payment of the NSFAS, and clearly Chair is putting this government or placing this government as a perpetrator of violence, because if you don't give monies early and that results to vulnerability, you are a perpetrator one way or the other. So perhaps government also, as government, all of us perhaps to also reflect on that. What's our plan to make sure now? What agreements we have already with NSFAS to make sure it goes? Not planning to, but what is happening now? No, on the research itself, I didn't get much of triangulation around doing the analysis in relation to how we selected the institutions. And the reason why I'm putting that an emphasis, because institutions are not homogeneous. One of us made that point. Some they serve most vulnerable communities, such as Ungoy, University of Zululand. And they are situated in a particular cultural context. In that way, it influences the level of GBV, the patterns of GBV, even the contributing factors of GBV. So the selection of the institution where we conduct the study is very important. So I would have loved to hear why it's more in WUSU than Stellenbosch. And I have assumptions already that Stellenbosch may be predisposed economically better than WUSU. And if you triangulated that data from different universities, considering the local context of each university, what did it say to you? And are you planning to consider that next time you do study to be able to profile individual university and have findings aligned to the profile of each university and then observe the patterns to other universities similar to it? Because that will help us to be more contextual and be focused in how we respond to each university. Fear to speak to researchers, it was very eye-opening for me to say, that alone was telling that now we need to investigate. I heard that there was idea in terms of promoting more research to happen. Yes, I concur with that one, because we need to know why people will fear to speak to formal institutions like the Commission for Gender Equity. Where were fears coming from, and what do we do about those fears? As I said earlier, that it's a matter of psychodynamic factors as well. We need to get into them and know why this fear is thriving this much. Use of word straight on a report, I looked at it and I felt like maybe there was some discussion. I'm sure you get the nuances behind that word, if straight, heterosexual, and who's straight and who's not straight. So I think we may need ourselves to think a little bit deeper. around that. There's need for standardized, I agree, there's need for standardized intervention. And that, for me, speaks to making sure that we are structured, we are standardized, and we're able to be operational. The problem, Chair, as I close, is that currently situation, most of female students have experienced GBV in learning institutions, and here, some research show that 57.8 have reported GBV, 57.8%. You can imagine the challenge. And out of it, 46.7, they reported sexual violence. You know, other interrelated ills that come with sexual violation. And around about 36% of them reported as physical violence. We have 68% of them reporting multiple perpetration. They are perpetrators themselves. And lastly, Chair, which is more important, most of victims preferred to go for informal support than the formal support that perhaps our health is providing at other institutions. We need to find out why people prefer informal support. What can we do better for people to prefer formal support? I'll end there, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. They will answer at the end if we have time, because you have taken all your time. I hope you have written them down. But just to, they did indicate that at universities, they've done all universities, they've got they hold a big report that includes Ungoy as well. So maybe we'll ask them to give us the whole report and I will share with you so that we don't lead, or we've shared it already, yeah. There's analysts shared it with you, so that we don't leave the meeting thinking that there was a particular bias towards certain universities from CGE. They did indicate that they've done all universities. It's TVETs that they've not covered all of them, but they are moving towards that direction. Honorable Governor, if you are covered, it's still okay.
No, thanks, Chair. I thought it will be honorable. Next to me, no, Chair. I think I will be very short, but maybe let me start by saying this to CGE and the Department of Higher Education. Some of the cases that we will forever face in the higher institutions will also derive from the system that we have as higher education. Remember, when you speak of the LGBTIQ+, you speak of people that conform in different genders, and some don't even want to conform in those. Yet we will have an accommodation that is precisely for females and males. What do we say about those who do not want to share first years and second years? Probably they will share accommodation. Now think about it, when you have a gay guy that is mostly conforming in the feminine side of genders, now is obligated to go stay with a male in one room. That is the first harassment a child or a student in university has faced. Maybe we will really need to look deep into the policies that seeks to address these harassments. We must not also contribute towards these harassments as government. Secondly, I have been thinking about the whole issue when it comes to the LGBTI. How can institutions better include the LGBTI identities in SH policies and interventions? That is, I've heard the presentations and I've listened to some responses, but I'm thinking to myself, how can we fast track these to be included so that they respond to challenges faced by the LGBTIQ+. I've also been following close cases, and I've been meaning to ask, how do we protect witnesses on these cases? Because it's something that we also really need to consider. How do we protect witnesses, even if the case was formal or informal? I think the two can be responded to, Chair, while I have other.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to just touch on the last one in terms of the protection. So broadly, we are of the firm view as the Commission that the witness protection system in the country is not effective, right? Because that also talks to the protection of students, but also broader members of society who need services from the police from that perspective. And we are saying this because we have monitored cases where we have seen information being disclosed regarding the location of witnesses, amongst others, and therefore subjecting them for victimization, amongst other things. So we are of that view that that system needs to be improved. And it's from that premise that we are embarking on an inquiry with other Chapter 9 institutions so that we can try to ascertain the critical systems that needs to be overhauled currently so that we can have a more effective justice system, because we are of the view that in its current form, it's failing victims broadly. So from a society, if that is the case, it surely goes also within the institutions of higher learning, that there is a need for us to strengthen that. Currently now, there's also a silos mentality between universities and law enforcement agencies and the security companies there. And a simple example is this, Honorable Chairperson. The companies that are appointed at universities, not all of them have been vetted. So you also have a risk where the security guards themselves are subjecting students and staff to sexual harassment or gender-based violence. And the converse side is also an issue, that when you now have security guards there themselves, they themselves may be subjected to sexual harassment and gender-based violence. So that system is currently not working very well. There are institutions that are doing it better. I think we've seen with TUT and UNISA, where they have embarked on a process where SAPS also accompany students outside campuses to off-campus. They seem to be getting it right there, but it's not a standardized approach there. So and that's where we are of the view that the system currently is not working well. Therefore, there is that need, Chairperson, for SAPS to come in, law enforcement agencies to also support. But the critical aspect is that universities must invest. They must not hesitate. They must invest in additional security measures for those that report similar matters, Chairperson. I'm going to ask the HOD Legal. I missed the first question. If you may just take that for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Regarding the first question was on the way forward regarding the LGBTQI issues. If you note, as presented through our recommendations, is that we believe inclusivity should be addressed as a standardized practice across all the institutions. And as we have highlighted, that some institutions are very good in, for an example, handling inclusivity. One university would be good only in handling GBV. The other university will be good in investing and empowering or employment equity. Now, all of them, they are good in one aspect, but they are lacking in terms of the rest. Hence, now the need is that for the standardized so that it is applied across, and it's not even discriminatory. It's even addressing that aspect of the questions about our recommendations from the past 10 years. What have we been doing? If we were saying this university do this, it means we are actually saying they should improve more than what they are having, but we are not prescribing the same standard for other universities. Hence the need for that standardized practice to cover these common denominator issues that can address the rest. And then I believe just to add as well, CO, in terms of the constitutional review, in terms of victim or witnesses protection, we did make some submission towards constitutional review regarding that enhancing of victim rights in the constitution as well, because when you are reading it, you get first impression that it's more about the accused and not the victim, and it provides for unlimited resources in as far as enforcement of the accused rights is concerned, but it is not clear, or it's lacking when you come to victim empowerment services that are suffering from the very same accused persons that are protected in the same constitution. So that is one of the aspects that we believe through the recommendations of standardizing this and legislating it, it will drive transformation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, if I may, I'm advised that my commissioner wants to supplement something on the question around LGBTI, if I may. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, CEO. I think in terms of the members of the LGBTI, in terms of establishing accommodations that are enabling, must, Chairperson, be looked at from a pragmatic as well as an ideological standpoint. Now, I speak as somebody who carries that experience as a transgender woman who stayed in residence at university. And I think centering these expert voices sometimes, did I just call myself an expert? So I don't think I am, but I do want to acknowledge that we should center the lived experience of persons who are going through that issue, because the reality is we are not going to have a solution tomorrow. But when we think about it ideologically, I do want to make the point that we should all recognize that this particular issue is often always only being looked at from a pragmatic point of view, and that's a wonderful thing to do. But we have to realize the inherent violence that sits behind this kind of thinking and how it gets implemented for people on the ground. But for as long as we're not looking at it through a human rights-based approach, through a feminist lens, through an identity-based approach, we are not going to also be able to respond to it pragmatically when we don't address the politics surrounding it. So yes, it requires a multi-sectoral input. It also requires us to go to NGOs who advocate for doing this particular kind of work. I'll stop there. Thank you, Chairperson.
TM, there's something you wanted to say. I've paused your time, your 53 seconds. I've paused it.
Thank you very much, Chair. I thought I should come in, and I'm so tempted to respond to the questions asked by Honorable Mkhize as well. But I will...
Not on our time.
Yes,
I said
Chair.
when we are done,
Yes.
you will respond.
Yes,
to
yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Chair. Can I respond to Honorable Govani?
Yes.
Okay. So I think she makes a very good point about the fact that sometimes the systems that are in place in our higher education institutions, especially where you find accommodation for females and males, is not inclusive when you look at members of the LGBTQIA+. And I was hoping, Chair, that I think one thing we've not done very well is to involve USAF in this whole process, is to be able to foster a meeting between USAF and the CGE so that they can share these findings. And that way we can ensure that, you know, some of these issues are channeled through USAF and then hopefully filtered down to the institutions. We have just facilitated a meeting with CGE and NSFAS is taking place on the 5th of August. So we are trying to ensure that everybody in the higher education space is on board when it comes to these reports. But just talking about, I just want to touch on the protection of witnesses. So one thing, the great thing about the collaboration, and I'll not call it a partnership, lest I'm told that we're not partners, and I really want to respect the CGE. It's a Chapter 9 institution, just as important as the Office of the Auditor General and the Public Protector. The great thing about the collaboration, Chairperson, is that it's not only us and the CGE and Higher Health. We've got NPA, We've got SAPs as well coming in. So to break those silos that you have between higher education institutions and law enforcement agencies, we thought, let's have them on board. SAPs, Chairperson, we're in the process of concluding an MOA that will not only speak to the issue of bogus colleges, but also issues of gender-based violence as well, where we now formalize how we're going to work together and how they're going to help. And in that way, we'll bridge the silo that CGE pointed out, that the silos that exist between universities and law enforcement agencies. Chairperson, I will come back at the end. So I'll come in at the end just to share some of the things here.
I will also come in at the end to respond to the political statements. Honorable Governor, your 53 seconds.
I don't know how that happened, but I will try and be quick. Department of Higher Education, I'm looking at NSFAS. Have you ever engaged NSFAS on how they also contribute towards GBVF in delaying payments? Because what will happen in January at those stalls and young people coming from schools not having accommodation, not being responded, not being admitted by universities, it will contribute towards these allegations of transactional relationships between registration, leadership, and staff. What have you done to make sure that NSFAS is aware of this, and what after these implications, what measures do you have towards the staff and the leadership to try and correct that? Coming to oh, this bit is disturbing me, Chairperson. No, I'm now thinking about why are the most HEIs still struggling to develop the inclusive policies for trans and gender diverse students? How will CGE enforce inclusive infrastructure requirements such as unisex, restrooms, and other accommodations in policies? I've understood what Commissioner is trying to say, but I'm thinking, Chair, we will need to stop saying the inclusivity is there but not being implemented. It's not there if it's not being implemented, and it's not there if it's not responding to challenges on the ground. So it's not assisting us. We need to have a department that says this is how we are trying to implement, and this is how we are going to formulate policies, and those policies must include those LGBTI+, because you can't discuss anything that you are not familiar with without the person really feeling and getting the pressure from this being sidelined by the department.
Yeah.
The last thing, Chair, on monitoring and evaluation. How will the gender mainstreaming audit tool be monitored nationally? And what role can Parliament play in enforcing annual audits and publishing findings for public accountability? Because when we are doing oversight, we would want to understand from the basis of the roles or the criteria that you have given to us, what role are you going to play in all these findings? I think, Chair, I'm partially covered, though the time today was very limited, because this is where my advocacy lies. This is what I will speak about for the rest of my life. The social norms that young people face, some destroy even academic lives, they destroy profession, they destroy livelihood, they destroy families. If we can't take care of social side, then we have failed the society at large. You won't even get votes because they will all be drunkards and drug dealers somewhere. We won't even have a professional state. So if we fail to take care of these norms and these foreign aids of GBVF, then we really have problems. Others speaking from a perspective of being from rural areas and urban areas. You know, if you check GBV in rural areas, it's even worse compared to higher urban areas.
No, I agree. I agree.
Understand that on the 19th of November last year, she met with GCE and there was a task team that was Did I say GCE? CGE, I'm sorry. It's a habit thing. Yeah, ke tsupa tshwarela ke le hlompha ho le hlompha hona ho. And after the meeting, obviously, there was a task team that then necessitated that at the beginning of this year, particularly the 24th of February, that there be a collaborative initiative that's termed, I want to, because it's a very long sentence in inverted commas, the start of the academic year outreach and related activities on GBFV and transformation with the specific focus on gender equality within the post-school education and training system. I think that initiative is really cool. What I would like to hear, perhaps in future engagements, because time is not on our time, is the status on that initiative across board, both from the DM's perspective, but also from the Commission, on how far we are and what benefits have we yielded there, and what can we copy and paste for the new academic year as part of our standardization methods. So I think that's very, very cool. DDG Zungu, I would have been interested to have DDG Sotikwa here, as well as DDG responsible for CETs, Umam Fuchan. But since you are here in your acting capacity, are you able to give us a fresh statistics report back on how many of your TVETs still have harassment policies that are either outdated or are yet to be adopted? How many is still true for Sotikwa's people at university level, and how many is true for Mamfuchani's a unit as well? Perhaps in writing that will help, because that will also give us a fresh understanding of when you as commissioners talk about a standardization approach. Where are we? What do we need to improve on? And then it would also be great for the Commission to also give the committee an understanding of which of the institutions would you say is flying high. Where can we copy and paste? In the same way that you've mentioned, Commissioner, that some institutions are good at this, but terrible at that. So if we can left from, okay, this one is good at inclusivity, which institution is that? How do we copy and paste that one? And then that way we're able to have a clear pie chart and a tabulation of where we are moving forward. But do you have actually that information off the top of your head right now? Or do you want to submit it in writing?
I think we'll submit it in writing because it's over 10 years, including last year. Thank you, Honorable Member.
All right, thank you. Order on yourselves. Order. Okay. No. Ke moyeng wa kgotso today, ska nqala. So I want to hear this then. So, Chair, Section 187 of the Constitution mandates your functions, right? And obviously there's limitation to the functions in that you can't really bopper somebody for not rolling out a report that you've given to them on the basis of advice. Part of the information that I would like to receive would be how many of the analysis and advices have you given to the department and reports? How many of them have actually been rolled out? How many of them are still lagging behind? That way we're able to trace the progress of the sector and we know what are we dealing with. If we can have that, that would be great. But just, if you were to imagine a utopia, what do you think as far as the constitutional mandate given to you is concerned? What would you add that you are of the belief is missing? Missing in as far as empowering you to do more?
Oh, but I think I wanted everybody to be open-minded. The CGE, not only the CGE, but all the Section 181 institutions, when they were envisaged by the drafters in 1990, 91, 92, and then included in the interim and finally in the 96 Constitution, were supposed to be those organizations that are sitting up there to ensure
that nobody abuses their power in any way, and the duty bearers do what they're supposed to do with the money, as it has been pointed out, that they have been given. So my argument is there is no ways that the drafters at that time could have set up such an elaborate structure without having a vision of that structure having teeth. And it was until these structures were tested, rightfully so, by people who felt, hey, you are violating my rights, or no, I'm not sure that I'm clear about your rights or your powers, that then it started, unfortunately, with our courts saying yes, nay, no, da. In fact, this case that we are fighting, the High Court in the matter said, no, CGE, all your recommendations you must bring to us, and we must make a declaratory order. You all know your legislators, there is nothing like that. Not for us, not for anyone. But the judge went even further and said, in effect, there is a hierarchy of C9s. So you, CGE, you're down there. And this is the CGE that is supposed to be meant to be intervening for 54% of society. Yet a judge at the High Court says, you're down there. Fortunately, the Supreme Court said there's nothing like that. There is no hierarchy. They're all equal with different focuses. And that has been clear. That is why we decided we go into court to go and look at this. So at the end of the day, it has been interpretation and the teeth being taken away. But I will not exonerate the chapter 9s from them in themselves being lax, where they were supposed to come in. Because we should not have waited for a judge recently to say that. People could have gone to court and said, we want this clarified, like the public protector did. And in the judgment of the public protector, which was delivered by Mokgweng, he said all the chapter 9s, and we continue to have people arguing that, no, it's the public protector. No, that judgment says all the chapter 9s, the recommendations are binding.
Can I pause you there, Ma'am?
Okay.
I think I get the gist of what you're saying.
Sorry,
Thank you.
yeah.
The reason why I'm asking this, Chairperson, is because a Chapter 9, my understanding is that a Chapter 9's institution's recommendation should be binding, right?
Yes.
And if it's binding and the person who's bound by that recommendation or that report doesn't act, then there's a breach of law.
Yes.
And that then sets precedence for recourse legally. So I'm asking you that because your answer says to me, constitutionally, you have the necessary teeth. You don't need more teeth.
Well, we do.
Okay, can
But
you
all
tell
I'm
me
saying,
what
as
is
we stand now,
what
we
is your
need
teeth
more
that you
teeth
need?
in the
Yes.
sense that we need a provision like with the public protector, where it says the public protector may recommend remedial action.
Yes.
Because it's there in the provisions for the public protector. But that still is being argued that it is not enough, because remedial action can be ignored if the duty bearer who's supposed to ensure that that is done ignores it. And unfortunately, that is a culture of poor accountability in our society, which we all as oversight bodies experience.
Okay, can I ask, so Section 187, subsection 2 says, I won't read the whole thing, but it says part of 187 subsection 2 says that the power, the responsibility has to do with, beyond advising, it's reporting on issues concerning gender equality. So what is your understanding of the A and Z of reporting? Where does reporting start? What does it end, and what purpose does it serve? I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay. Reporting to us has been one of those areas where we have succeeded. I'll give you an example of, I think it's the Sitole matter, where a domestic worker fell into the swimming pool and the employer said, no, we cannot pay you. And fortunately, it took the family approaching the CGE to say, Apparently, we as domestic workers, the domestic worker sector is not covered by law and by compensation. What we then did, we went to court. So we litigated, and the court found in our favor. Afterwards, we approached the Department of Labor, and there lies the critical issue. Immediately, they changed their legislation afterwards, and they've been working with us ever since. And today, we did not have one Miss Sitol. Is it Mahlangu? Mahlangu, yes. We did not have Miss Mahlangu benefiting. We've got the domestic workers and gardeners of this country being covered by workmen's compensation as a result of that.
Let's bring it back to this room.
Okay.
Higher education.
Yes.
For the last 10 years, you've had reports
Yes.
and recommendations
Yes.
and analysis of what's wrong with the PSET sector. Where's the legislation? Where's the litigation? Where's the court? Are you of the opinion that institutions of higher learning, all three, TVETs, universities, CETs, and even the department itself and its entities, haven't breached anything which, in your understanding, as far as gender equity is concerned, is worthy of approaching the courts? Do you see where I'm going?
Yes, we have not reached that stage, but I'm sure if we can sit back and reflect, there would be lots. But the other thing, if you look at Section 8 of the Constitution, it says every single person in this country is bound by the duties that arise from the Constitution. We then end up with institutions that say, even private sector chairperson is very guilty of that. Give us a copy of what a sexual harassment should be. Give us a policy document that we can. So everybody is pushing because there isn't this understanding that when the Constitution says, I must be protected, it even means the employer must be protected. And that is where we could come in as the CGE. And we have not done that, but we could come in there.
Thank you, Honorable Law.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Good morning, and the entire department leadership. I think I was fortunate enough that I happened to come across a question that speaks of your powers and limitations and what is
Please put
expected.
the mic closer to you.
Or is it far? Okay, I don't want to shout. I don't want to intimidate. I want to be very soft because we are seriously accused of bullying and doing all of these things. So am I fine now? Thanks. Now, I'm raising all of this, Chair, because the Constitution does empower the CGE as per Section 187. And they're an independent institution. They evaluate, they monitor, and then they recommend. And then part of the problem comes there now, where their recommendations should be enforceable. And I think part of the problem now comes where, during our oversight, and ever since we've been here in the 7th administration of Parliament, we've came across a lot of issues of sexual harassment and gender-based violence and many other issues that we think by virtue of this, we would have done a lot. Now I want to take you back to sorry, I'm not shouting, it's the mic. Like I've said, one of your objectives is to evaluate the Employment Equities Act's impact in addressing gender transformation at Institution of Higher Learning and TVET colleges. And now it has been 12 years since the CGE commenced its gender transformation hearings in institutions of higher learning. My first question will be, what measure has the CGE implemented to ensure that institutions which are non-compliant with legislations are held accountable, besides sharing the findings and recommendations of the hearings? From 12 years ago, how have you dealt with the situation ever since we had the hearings, albeit that you shared them with us? what has been the improvement and stuff. I want to establish and trace how we can enforce and assist in going forward, because we are accountable to us, to Parliament, as CGE, so that we are able to assist you. So we need to work together. Okay, that's my first question.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to answer your question, Honorable Member, with the first question that was posed, because they can be dealt with in one. When we deal with equity or transformation as a concept within the South African framework, we are largely relying on soft law, not necessarily hard law, right? It becomes very much difficult to enforce a soft law. And that's where the problem really is. You can't go to the to the High Court and say, I want to compel any institution to have breastfeeding facilities. Because there is no specific legislative prescript that says you shall have a breastfeeding facility. But it's a transformative measure that you introduce in the workplace for you to achieve the desired goal around equity. If you look at the employment equity itself, the Department of Employment and Labor bears the responsibility in terms of enforcing non-compliance with the EE Act. And that's where we must draw the distinction. So the CGE cannot approach the courts and say, well, you have not really developed a policy that will deal with the employment of persons with disabilities, because that is soft law. And we have been on a drive to say, perhaps, let's have a very, I don't want to say scholarly discussion, but rather a debate around whether we need a specific legislative prescript that will talk to transformation in the true sense of the word. And we have debates of that nature where those that are against will say, we already have an array of legislation, we're already over-regulating transformation and equity in the workplace. You have your Skills Development Plan Act, you have your BEE, amongst others, that talk to transformation. Therefore, it will not be practical to have one single legislation. And that is where I'm saying, in terms of the first question, lies the problem, because we cannot enforce soft law. But where there is hard law and it's really in the legislation, we would not hesitate to implement that. Now, for the 10-year period, we have not seen non-compliance with hard law, but we've experienced non-compliance with soft law. And that is why we did not actually approach the courts in that regard. But we are using these other innovative ways to say, if you are to achieve transformation, you must really consider this soft law, because it will help you to achieve the equity results in terms of the act itself.
No, thanks. It becomes quite significant and important that we remind ourselves that as we review, as we seek to assess, we must be proactively as an institutions or to deal with issues accordingly. I'm raising this because a 12 years question should have given us an opportunity to have known that if we are at this particular problem, what therefore becomes our take as an institution for us to be enforceable. Because I've raised it deliberately also because I'm saying again, there are a number of cases we've confronted with ever since we've came to this parliament. And these cases are quite serious in such a way that there are institutions that do not even know that they must have GBV policies where they must protect perpetrators and whatsoever. I'll make an example. There was a case in Moteo where it was reported that a perpetrator is roaming around the university freely so while a victim is there. And we would have asked ourselves, what becomes the role of advocacy and awareness and workshops so that we are able to intertwine what is expected from ourselves? So my issue, DM, is that there is a huge gap that one is picking up from the institutions of higher learning and and the CGE and other stakeholders. You know how I picked it up? I picked it up when you identified that you needed to have included USEF and other institutions. And every time I speak about collaborative efforts, and every time I speak about all of us assessing and reviewing the work we could have done in the past previous years, because in molecular knowledge of government, government allows us to review and to assess and to look onto the issue. This time was so DM, I'll send the questions tse di kwetseng ka kgotso le nyakallo fela ke batle bosula bope gompieno. So I was saying as I conclude, Chair, no thanks. I wanted to say that the gap one have realized and we've identified is nothing else about chapter 9 or whatsoever. It's about us sitting down and saying, this is not working. How do we put it into work so that we're able to be enforceable? I can't work for 10 years and then yet people are just taking my reports for nowhere. I'll get tired and we'll never have progress. So I think the most significant issue here is to make you to have feet and then you are able to buy it so that you are able to respond to the need. And then the department also must play its part. You know, ever since we came, Chair, the department, in all their entities, there seems to be a gap. And we need to look on to how you close the gap in between your entities. Thank you. The chair has opened his mic. I don't want to be chased out. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring you at the end. Des?
I have 5 questions, Chairperson, that I'm going to read out and see how far we get. My first thing is that the presentation, which I found very interesting and valuable, covers universities, of which we have 26, but there are 50 TVET colleges, and then we also have community education training centers, and of course the private higher education institutions. And how is your work going with that? Are there reports on all of that as well? And are we benchmarking, Chairperson, with a model somewhere in the world on how to help us? Because we don't want these stats to rise year by year. I also would like to then talk about the stigma. It was mentioned in the presentation that families and communities don't always accept, even children with disabilities aren't always accepted in various communities in our country, and I think it's getting better, but it's still an issue. How do we deal with that, except only dealing with the, let's say, the affected? These families, are we doing anything so that they can learn to accept what our Constitution actually provides, that we all have rights? It doesn't matter of your sexual orientation. Because I remember, and Chair, I think you were with me at DBE, when we had schools where we had parents, due to the drug and alcohol abuse, where the parents couldn't read and write, and some of those schools in the gangster valleys took in the parents and give them some sort of education to read and write and understand and assist their children. And are we reaching out to those communities and families where these affected persons are? And then, Chair, I also have another question about SAPS. I mean, quarterly we get the SAPS crime stats. Now, we also on education at some point asked that the stats comes from these institutions where it's relevant on sexual assault or what rapes, whatever it's relevant here. Should it not be a separate category to create awareness outside that we're not in the global country stats, but our institutions has got this challenge? Maybe by creating that awareness that it is going bad might change into a positive if we show what is happening. But now we all, some assault is just sexual assault. Why aren't they a separate category for at higher institutions, for example, or people with a specific sexual orientation? I'm trying to find solutions of which I don't have the answers. I'm not an expert. I also think, Chairperson, we have medical students that must do community services years. And why don't we discuss with that relevant departments or ministerial people on how to utilize those students to be available for that ComServe years, to do counseling or psychological work or mentoring. We can also use people who's gone through this whole negative thing, maybe speak out of experience. But surely somewhere, I am telling you now that if anything happens to me, I'm not going to go to a senior person or staff member, or might even be my parents. I would like to get somebody who's actually been through it to guide me to really understand that. And I would also like to have professional help. And our ComServe students are, have walked the walk on how to deal with certain aspects. Chair, I'm going to stop there because I know your bell is going to go and I don't like that sound. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just as a response to the question, Chairperson, in summary, in terms of the recommendations of the Commission, we carefully deliberated on with those recommendations in alignment with Section 187 of the Constitution, as well as the powers of the Commission from the Constitution and the CGE mandate. Now, what we have observed and what we were presenting on is that we did note that there were universities that were doing well in various aspects. Solplaike University is one university which we recommended they must fence their perimeters because according to their designs, it was an open university. That was safety concerns for the CGE. They have implemented that in line with our recommendations. And for an example, also in terms of the University of Western Cape, we recommended regarding the amendment of their policies so they are aligned and they are not outdated and citing the laws that are not applicable anymore. And they have progressed and amended that to ensure that alignment as well. And then in terms of Stellenbosch University, they address the issue of pay gap through audits, monitorings, and they actually even invested close to an amount of, I think, 20 million, Chair, I will just double check, I think it's close to 25 million of pay gap, 2.5 million, pardon me, of pay gap disparities between women and men, African, particularly in comparison to white counterparts. And that pay gap disparities was a very progressive move to do that. Hence, the recommendation of the Commission goes back to saying that should be standardized and that should be applied across all the universities. Hence, the recommendations deem it necessary that those audit reports must be regularly be submitted to Parliament in addressing these shortcomings. And that will, in any event, assist as means in place, irrespective of the outcome of the Constitutional Court about the powers of the CGE. It will still be means in place, negative or positive outcome. That requirement will ensure that all transparency is out there between all these universities in what they are doing. And lastly, Chairperson, as aligned that in terms of Section 11 of the CGE Act, it indicates that the Commission can approach Parliament at any stage, including the Presidency, in addressing its challenges and the work in respect of implementation of its powers or duties or challenges that is observing in the sector. And similarly, in terms of Section 16, hence the approach of the Commission is that we have identified this through the 10 years until now, and we believe standardizing is the best practice. Because even if we take one university, for an example, and take them to court, we will be successful. But what about the rest? What about 360-something universities, private colleges, and others that also, will it take us another 10 years and 20 years to get there? And will we wait for the court litigations to progress for years before we get certainty. Hence, the Commission believes this is the appropriate recommendation that standardizing it right now addresses it right now through legislation and through the powers of Parliament as envisaged in the Constitution. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I see the higher education want to take my time. So Chair, I think from my side, Chair, the CGE, the emphasis is on trying to give women more power on leading institutions, so that men and all of us can get educated on these things a lot. There is a lack on that. I'm saying that as an example. It was first time in my life at INSETA, Chair. On that seat I messed up, ne? Where the CEO taught me, Chair, when we were moving into a new building. And then she insisted, Chair, that on a new building there must be a breastfeeding a room and a room for sleeping when you are not sick, a woman who are pregnancy. And she implemented that. So first time, and I can tell you, if we had a male CEO, we wouldn't know all those things. I'm trying to highlight the things that we learn unknowingly by pushing for stronger women to lead this institution, who will implement these things no matter whether we know or not know them, because we get educated. I think it's very important to do that. And then, Chair, on the next line, we must thank President Zuma for testing these institutions. Today we have Zuma laws, and we have our eyes open of how flawed our justice system is and all those stuff. And we've learned a lot about the justice system. I get you appreciated your one, so we must appreciate. Yeah. Yes. The way President Zuma is so consistent in testing the strength, the weaknesses, and the strength of these institutions. It's a free university academic learning on how this institution can be tested on its strength to assist our people, actually. Not just to test them, because if we don't test this institution, if no one does it, we'll never know what the advocate has told us today. So we appreciate President Zuma a lot for assisting the country in that manner. Chair, the main issue here is the enforcement. We have a challenge of enforcement. I think Honorable Kakao has assisted me on a question I was going to ask, that we need a report back on all institutions under higher education on how far with what CG is implementing. As she said, both on all institutions, TVET, universities, CETs, everywhere. So I think the next thing is that we need them to account on how far, because we can see the lack of implementation is huge, and no one in education seems to take this seriously. Somehow, CGE, I don't know. As other parties, we always emphasize the major weakness of these countries, where we see people doing willy-nilly as they please, is our constitution. So it's important. I like what you raised, that you've submitted a proposal to the constitutional amendment, because that's important. We're sitting in the constitution that is not implemented anywhere, being praised by other parties, but a young man and woman in the rural areas who doesn't have a toilet, who's being abused, has never praised this constitution. They don't see, it's just a useless paper to them. So it's important that we just fix the issue where it is. In these laws, there are no enforcement. You just rely on some grace from heaven that things will be implemented. So I think it's one of those things. The higher education's lack of implementing these report. So if we can get that on how our institutions held accountable, if there are no policies and on not implementing as well, we need to get that. And that report will assist us, Chair, for us to know, so that we are able to say, how do we enforce this decision to implement all these recommendations by the CGE? Because it's alarming when the gentleman comes here and says, for the past 10 years, there's been nothing happening. So we just write report as usual and we throw them there, they get at dust and no one cares and we move on. And we wake up another 20 years down the line and we said, again, no one wants to implement this because there are no enforcement. On that nutshell, Chair, as well as from my side, it's just that it's only on higher education to ask how far the implementation and what can be done and on the CGE to strengthen, to tighten the bolts on our laws for enforcement. And sisiyeke lezi zinto zoma talk shop and paperwork that does nothing. It's good on papers, policies are good, and then they gather dust and no one get penalties for not doing their job. Thank you very much, Chair.
Department, how far are you in implementing the recommendations?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Ngubane, when the first round of reports came, I was determined that they would not sit on the shelf, especially around transformation and sexual harassment in the higher education space. And you remember the last round of reports were highly publicized, they were in the media, there were concerns raised, etc. And that's why I requested the meeting with the CGE, and they handed over the reports. And then I said to the CGE, help us to implement these recommendations. How do we go about it? And that's how, that's what gave birth to our initiative. And I must say that, you know, the CGE has been very helpful in terms of saying, you know, DM, this is where the problems are, but if we do this initiative, at least would have resolved some of the problems, because it's taking us onto the ground with relevant stakeholders, as I indicated. We've got your SAPS, we've got your NPA, even NSFAS is involved. And before we even went on the ground, we engaged USAF. We had a meeting with USAF where we shared the reports with them and told them about this initiative, and we said, we need your support, so that when we get on the ground, at least VCs and other relevant stakeholders in the academic space are aware of the fact that we are on this ground and we're on this initiative. We even had a launch of the initiative, a formal launch where we set it out, highly publicized, and then we went on the ground. We've only done 2 institutions, and that is Sol Plaatje University and UniZulu. And Honorable Khachau requested that we speak about, you know, what's been the benefit and where we are right now. And we are in the process of compiling a report. We have had discussions, post-mortem discussions around, you know, what we can do better and who else we can involve. So, I think Honorable Lowe mentioned a very good point. And I must admit, we tend to work in silos, even in this space. And that's why I facilitated that meeting with NSFAS. We're meeting on the 5th of August with NSFAS, so that we bring them on board regarding the concerns raised around the delayed payments that Honorable Governor mentioned, you know, the impact on that, on especially the female students. You'll know that the reports say that they're having to resort to, you know, to relationships and sexual relationships just to survive. And so the acting CEO, as soon as I said to him, we need to have this meeting, he says, no problem, DM, and we're able to call it. So it's happening on the 5th. Now, what we need to do after this, and just getting back to Honorable Mkhize, is after this, we will then need to just make sure that we bring USAF on board. We have a formal presentation of these reports to USAF, so they know exactly the problems that are happening. Because I was determined, Chairperson, that this is just not going to be another set of reports that are going to sit there. You know, one thing about our country, we're very good at having policies, but implementation is a problem because we work in silos. And that's why I thought this collaborative approach, where we have the CGE, higher health, even social development is involved, SAPS, NPA. So where we have SAPS speaking to students and students engaging with SAPS around some of the NPA outlining prosecutions around some of these, issues and what will happen then. So yes, 10 years is a very long time, but I am determined that this time around there has to be a difference and one that will be felt right to the ground. I am not promising that things are going to change overnight. You've heard how some of these issues are systematic. They relate to patriarchy, toxic masculinity, but we do have programs. I know we've got that transforming mentalities. What we need to do with transforming mentalities, Chairperson, I think, is to ensure that it's impactful. We start seeing the changes in young men. Because as CGE has been at pains to point out, our higher education institutions can only reflect what's happening in society. And so some of these things really start at the home and that in the home. And that's why in the beginning I said, it is not something that the higher education space can resolve on its own, or higher education, and hence the need for this collaboration where we see how best. But we also need the help of the committee, as the chairperson has rightly pointed out, where we start having amendments to legislation and we have this compulsory gender model. Chairperson, the model cannot just be extended to students in the space. I believe even your lecturers and your VCs have to be put, through some sort of training so that they're sensitized. You heard Ntate there saying that, you still have, that kind of patriarchal perspectives in the sector, and that makes it difficult, where the champions of these policies are not transformed in themselves. So how will they implement transformation? I could go on and on, Chairperson, but
Please, because we have a sitting at 2. The budget vote 1, the presidency, it's being debated at 2. So you guys in the department and the ministry, there are certain things that you are saying here, and I don't want to stop you, but certain things that you are saying here, you should be implementing, coming to us and say, these are the problems. But you are bringing to us now as frustrations. No, and we don't want to stop you. Honorable Khabo? Yeah, no, long time. No, I stopped it. I stopped it. It actually, no, let's wait for others to finish. What ate your time was when you spoke about President Zuma. That ate most of your time.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me appreciate the opportunity. I think we must agree that our time of interacting with the CGE was not actually enough. I would say that we just came here to listen to the report or presentation, because we are not really doing justice to the presentation, taking into consideration what we wanted to raise and what is before us. I think that must be noted. And with that being said, I would propose that moving forward, we should invite CGE to our engagements as and when we interact with your entities and institutions as a way of assessing the implementation of recommendations with that specific institution. Just like we're doing with SARS and everything. I mean, not SARS, my apology. Those ones, they want to take my money. That's why they are on my mind. Just like we're doing with Auditor General, giving us an overview of an institution or an entity before interacting with them. So that we make an assessment and right there we deal with issues. That is the first recommendation, Anen. I think the second recommendation would be CEG must be requested to share their input in relation to constitutional changes that is currently taking place, so that your views can be echoed from different angles. We are having proper relations with other committees that are in the same space as us, and I believe that once we are able to lobby for such changes coming from different sectors, as much as will be expected to lobby for your changes, I mean for such changes with some of your stakeholders, we'll also do our part. So if we can share that thing. But second to that, I think we need to agree that there is a need for the changes of the constitution. That's why we are echoing these sentiments. From where I'm sitting, we must agree that your recommendations are not enforceable. And as a result, you are found wanting because of you develop recommendations. You are just like the Auditor General at some point, when she was providing or he was providing an analysis of the state of audit, being unable to provide corrective measures and actually implementing those corrective measures. Because providing an analysis of corrective measures that can be implemented is different from actually implementing that. You see the department that we're interacting with today, they themselves, they are still struggling to implement the corrective measures that have been recommended by the Auditor General. So this thing of lack of implementations of recommendations is not only from your side, it's even hitting us at home, you're just here in the Department of Higher Education and Training. I think we must also agree that, Chair and Commissioners, those who were envisaged those who were busy with the drafting of the Constitution at that time, they never thought that the development of the democracy would go to an extent of even in questioning the current legislation and its implications on the realities. I think they were just living in their own world at that time. I think they were not proactive to look into the future, probably applying your tools of analysis, looking into your 30 years and 20 years into the democracy. And this is the reason why I'm raising this, Ntate Zungu. I vehemently oppose the idea that our constitution is one of the best constitutions. I've always had that different view, especially in terms of practical application of the constitution. In fact, part of the reasons why I undermine the constitution because it lacks certain things, my view is that those who have crafted the constitution at that time were specifically looking into the contribution of race in our division. And they lost the plot when they failed to analyze the contribution of patriarchy in the society and the exclusion of women, particularly in terms of class issues and generally their dominance in the society. I'm raising this because of, as much as we're arguing for 50-50 women representation, Deputy Minister, the Constitution is not explicitly clear as to how do we then deal with those who are not willing to implement the 50-50. And I'm raising this because of our Constitution is not clear on other aspects. Section 181 that we have made mention of, you look at your powers as the CGE, you look at the powers and what is actually explained in relation to the powers of the Auditor General and the Public Protector, you'll realize that yours are not clear. So that's why there is a need to be clear in terms of this constitutional review. What is it that we are referring to? And part of the things that we must emphasize is the recommendations being enforceable. Going to court is one thing, because it has its own financial implication. Apart from the financial implication, there seems to be a lack of understanding from the funder side in terms of the role that you need to play in society. I thought I must just make that point. My questions, Chairperson, will be submitted in writing, because clearly here we've got 2 minutes for greeting each other and raising whatever that we want to raise here. But I thought it is important for us to start firstly with the recommendations that are very much progressive. So if we want to speak of standardization of the policy, give us specifically which areas must we sort it out, then we'll play that part. I mean, the current law says that you report directly to Parliament. But in terms of actual participation in Parliament, it's us who must advocate for such reviewal and give us reasons. We know those reasons. But from a research point of view, I'm done with CGE. My questions, Chair, like I said, will entertain them in writing, and I hope that they will be attended to. As much as Honorable Kokau requested an analysis, especially between TVETs and universities. You know, this thing, we went to Northwest University. Obviously, they are historically white-dominated university. They've got serious cash and money to fund some of the programs. Can I be protected, Chair? Because if I had to protect myself, this building will collapse. Now, at the University of Northwest, the security company that they've appointed, they're working very closely with the local police. But one thing that is interesting in that university is that they've got, I think it's a GBV officer, if not mistaken. Now that allows an interaction between the victim, Because sometimes the victim must oppose a person who's in power. In fact, it has been proven through our interactions with these institutions of higher learning, many of the principals and people in senior management are accused of sexual harassment. That's why part of the report that we need to look into is an analysis between cases that has been reported and cases that has actually been prosecuted. And we need to also look at modalities of ways of really reporting these cases. Because how do you expect me, as a student coming from a poor background, to stand against, let's say, in one of the TVs, I think it was Sefako Makhato, the CFO was accused of it was an accusation. But that accusation, if you make an analysis of it, is cutting across all of these institutions. In fact, in some of these institutions, they've made it a norm. It's normal for them to say that once you need promotion, you have to return it via sexual favor. We have made it a way of living. It's normal. So I'm raising all of these things because of I believe that we are not doing justice in terms of the work of transforming the society. And part of the reasons why we are not doing a lot, DG, let's analyze the funding allocation for higher health. We look at the work that they need to do in terms of, I don't have issues with universities, by the way. Now that their DDG is not here, I was expecting to see her so that she clarifies us on some issues. It's not here.
Yeah.
In closing, Chairperson, I know some other issues when we begin to touch them, you get, I'm not sure it's too either irritated or what. I wanted us to look into the budget allocation of higher education, higher health. Make an analysis in terms of universities and TVET. Where is this money being spent? But second to that, do we have the very same support, just like we're having at universities at the level of TVETs? How do we manage the sexual harassment inside campus and outside campus? Because we are one of the contributing factors in that space. So some of these issues, I will raise them, Chairperson, but I thought it was important for us to look into especially the budget allocation of higher health. Take into consideration some of the challenges that we are confronted with, and especially looking at CGE and higher health. What is their staff composition? How do we find expression in each and every TVET? Because this analysis now, in my view, is more like a helicopter analysis. Your analysis or your investigation could have been conducted a month or 2 months ago, but I can tell you now, as things stands, on a daily basis, I'm just not sure of the ratio, but there's a research that has been conducted that 1 out of 5 students at a TVET college, they are being subjected to sexual harassment on a daily basis. Because the interpretation of sexual harassment equally, we are still finding it difficult to grapple with it. Chairperson, with that being said, let me make my submission. Like I'll raise my questions in writing, but I'll still want to engage UCG in relation to these matters. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. I think let's agree that we'll create time for us to have a longer conversation. Because members had appetite for having engagement with yourselves on this part. So I'm committing that we'll look into it. But we must, on a quarterly basis, if you can meet, on a quarterly basis, we must have some level of communication between ourselves and yourselves, where you'll be able to say, Korlipimpe department. But I want us to have a separate discussion with yourselves, where you say to us, we have made these recommendations to the department, and they are not implementing them. So that we're able to hold them accountable. Because, and I had many questions from members where I think it came from a good place when they said, what do you want us to help you with so that legislatively you are strong enough? That's what they meant. What do you think, as part of the recommendations, we can take to Parliament and say, Parliament, let's look into amending section 123 to empower CGE so that their recommendations can't be ignored anymore. Because there are other institutions, I mean, my question here will be, I mean, you've been doing the thing for 12 years now in the higher education institutions. And there are other recommendations that were just ignored by other people. To avoid that moving forward, where do you think, because you are dealing with this problem, you are better placed to advise us to say, as legislatures, we believe that this, you're not seeing it. It's a blind spot for you. But because we're dealing with it on a daily basis, we believe 1, 2, 3 we should do. For an example, I think both Department of Higher Education and Department of Labor should do better with the issue of employment of foreign nationals who are not necessarily bringing scarce skills. I think they should be doing better, in my view. And I think they are not. Maybe let me put it differently. I believe the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Department of Labor are sleeping on the job, on what they should be doing. Because, and I'm going to, as part of the recommendations, I'm going to make this one. We met with Central University of Technology not so long ago. It comes out that a lady who is a foreigner gets the job over a South African who's not only academically suitable or qualifying, but has a better, better qualifications more than this lady of a foreigner, and the lady from a foreigner gets the job. And the department, when you ask them, they say to us, hey, these universities, hey, institutional autonomy. Hey, what is that? So is it possible? Because I have written to the minister and I said, maybe in the past 3 years, please give us a report on all appointments of, because if you say all appointments will be big data and it will take long. So on all appointments that would have went to our foreign counterparts, give us a report on it. So you'll do a table and say, Tebo Kholitsi from Zim was appointed as a lecturer at VETS, and these are his qualifications, but he was shortlisted with these 5 people. And these were their qualifications and their nationality. So we've asked the department, well, but is it possible that CGE can, including the case there at CUT, can investigate on, because for me it doesn't make sense that we are saying we're powerless when we have the Employment Equity Act, which empowers these people in the department and ministry to actually do something. Is it possible that you can investigate? I mean, I know it's big, I mean, you've got a serious, more than 50% of the population, I mean, you have mandate over. Is it possible that we can ask that? And if so, how do we go about it? If you can just answer, is it possible to investigate this for us? And if yes, how do you go about asking you to do it? I don't know who's going to answer, the chair of or CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Interestingly, we have a similar request from the provincial legislature in Northwest. to say these appointments that were made and they would want us to look at it. The only hurdle with that one, Chair, they've given us 30 days, and unfortunately, we are already in the second quarter of the financial year with the APP, because if we're really going to do justice around such an investigation, we'd need time, right? So I would say, yes, Chair, if we can just receive the necessary information, then we will analyze, and then we'll be in a position to just highlight to the committee what we can do within the mandate of the commission in as far as the complaint is concerned. Because as we are speaking, Chair, I'm not really sure what are the gender elements, right? In as far as the issue is concerned. We have what we call a restriction, exclusion, and a distinction as a tool to assess whether something falls within the mandate of the commission. So I believe once that information is at our disposal, we should be in a position to make an informed decision, Chair. Thank you.
No, really appreciate. A department, we will remind you to give us that date as well. We had written to, I think twice now, to the department. The department has got a tendency of not responding to us. We don't want to have a hostile relationship with you because we are empowered by the legislation to get that information from yourselves. We don't want to do it. We don't want to go through legal babzungu to get information from yourselves. You guys have got that tendency in the department. We don't want to. Please help us with that particular thing. We will have, like I said, we'll sit with the team, bring you guys back. I mean, I've got about 4 pages of questions. I want to ask them. Because I know that, okay, this one maybe I must ask. So you've made recommendations to these institutions. I know the last time, I think it was in the previous 6th Parliament, we interacted with yourselves on a number of institutions who did not have sexual harassment police or whose sexual harassment policies were outdated, right? You remember, I think we did call you when we were having a discussion on a 10-year case at the time, I think with University of Venda, if you remember that part. So then we had a problem of sexual harassment case, or sexual harassment, and your report came and said, many of our institutions, their sexual harassment cases are not in line with the country's policy on sexual harassment. So you do make recommendations to specific institutions. Many of them don't respect them. What have you said? What have you done? What recommendations have you then given to the department? To the department, this institution A, B, C, they are accountable to you on X, Y, and Z. And they've not done it. We've recommended, they've not done it. Have you given them those recommendations? And were you satisfied with the response from the department in helping you as a Chapter 9 institution to fulfilling your mandate? I don't know if my question makes sense. I get come from a township school, so it's not all fair. But I hope that you heard the question. You can help us with the answer.
Okay. Okay. You want to start? You can go ahead if you want to start.
No, it's okay. You see, he doesn't want to speak.
Okay, I can then come in, Chair. So the one thing that I must firstly acknowledge, Chair, we have a good relationship with the DM, right, which makes things much easier in terms of interventions, right? Which was not the case, unfortunately, previously, right? So you'll write and then correspondence will not be acknowledged. But in as far as the non-cooperation is concerned, from our report, we have highlighted that in the main, we are having cooperation with the institutions in terms of responding to us, right? But the problem comes with the full implementation, because then they will have a variety of reasons why certain things cannot be done. From a budgetary constraint perspective, not finding the relevant people that we are looking for, and we'll have that basket of issues. And in the last committee, the sixth administration, the concerns from the committee, I recall vividly there, that you were saying, because the CG and the department are not, the CG is not sharing the reports rather with the department, it becomes very much difficult for the committee to hold the department accountable from that. I recall vividly that. Yeah. And then subsequent to that, we have written, whenever we release the report, we have written to the departments and said, these are the issues that we have done or unearthed over a particular period, and then we will engage from there. But what we are getting from universities, University of Limpopo, I'll give an example with that, right? We have, there was a recommendation that you must have a gender desk. And we, with the provincial office, assisted them in terms of establishing that gender desk, right? So in principle, the universities are say, with the University of, is it UKZN? Yes. Yeah. No, the one
No, just stick to University of Limpopo. I think that one is fine.
No, this one, the oversight. What is it about? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I remember that. So so we made that recommendation and we established that gender desk, and it's currently working very well from our perspective, right? And then with Fort Hare University, we have said there's an issue as far as GBV. You need to take proactive measures in terms of dealing with the discourse, because it's becoming a crime scene. We had a lot of sexual harassment cases there. And then they implemented that recommendation by doing a feasibility study, right? So what I'm saying is, on the soft issues that they can do, we have enjoyed cooperation with the university. So they were able to give us meaningful data to show what they have done and what their current limitations are. And what we have said to them, Chair, is that if you are unable to implement a particular recommendation, then you must give us or show us an alternative of what you are doing to still respond to the issue. But you cannot have a non-responsive approach. The only hurdle that we had most, in fact, when I look at universities versus TVET colleges, is with TVET colleges, because most of the recommendations were not implemented on the premise and understanding that they are waiting for directives from the department or from the department. And we had a challenge to say, we cannot continue to engage TVET colleges if the problem lies with the department. Yeah. And subsequent to that, then there was a meeting with the DG to say, these are the recommendations, what can be done? And they gave us a full report in as far as TVET colleges are concerned, and in demonstrating what they intend to do. If I recall correctly, there was even a task team that was established to implement our recommendations. So we have been receiving feedback from the department in as far as that is concerned, Chairperson. Thank you.
No, thank you. So this is how we're going to, okay, Chair. Yeah, I was also worried. They flew all the way to Cape Town. They're not saying anything, you know. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, just to add, we must give credit where credit is due. One of the institutions did reach out to the Commission for Gender Equality and requested that we look at their policies. And when we did, it was the University of KwaZulu-Natal, but forgive me, Chair, without giving my age away, I don't know which one of the 5 of the campuses I'm referring to right now. Memory does not it doesn't come to mind, but one of those campuses did reach out to the to the commission and asked us to look at the policies. And lo and behold, the issues that you are raising with regard to HR-related issues in terms of the sexual harassment policy was that the disciplinary aspect of sanctioning the perpetrator was not given due regard. We assisted the institution chair in aligning the sexual harassment policy to current and recent legislation, and also asked them to look at their disciplinary insofar as sanctions are concerned. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I really appreciate. So this is how, because of time, this is how we're going to close on this matter. TDG, we had agreed that you guys will come and brief us on high health in the next quarter. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a much bigger or longer meeting. So the department, ministry and department, you are going to do an action plan taken from the report of the CGE. So they say 26 universities, University 1, this is a challenge. You put an action plan, you say, this is how we are going to make sure this thing is implemented fully. Working with USAF, then that's your duty. You'll say, we'll work with USAF on this one, university and all of that. So you do an action plan. So when you come in that meeting, you give us a presentation. So we are going to hold you accountable based on what you are going to present to us. Because, for an example, I'm happy you are meeting with NSFAS, and I've said it many times, that we're creating serious social ills for the country. As a sector, we take a child, we say to you through NSFAS, no, it's only rain, it's not much. It's only in Cape Town, it does this. You see it's 10 to 2, at 2 o'clock it will be sunny outside, so don't worry. So NSFAS says to this child, you have passed well, we're giving you, you have a space at Stellenbosch. You must leave a township I come from, Kutso, in the West Rand. Leave, take a bus. For 18 hours you get to Cape Town. It was NSFAS said provisionally funded. You get there, you manage to register. Your grandmother there borrowed money for that city-to-city bus that you took. Borrowed money to have you a scaftini with a lidombolo and a chicken. Took 18 hours to get to Cape Town. And when we are here, because of insufficiencies in communication between the university and NSFAS, this child, who may very well be a female, gets to Stellenbosch, gets accommodation, temporary accommodation for 3 days. And then NSFAS says, we can't fund you. What must happen to that child? And when they reach out to NSFAS, to the department, you guys are non-responsive. They must now reach out to us because by luck, they come from the same constituencies as us. So somebody in that constituency saw us at the funeral and happened, or we go to the same church. So by luck, they know us. But there are hundreds and thousands of others who don't know any of these members, who can't reach, who can't phone any of these members. They are stranded in a foreign land. You are creating a problem for us because those kids, and I know they fight with me when I call them kids, but they are kids. are now stranded. They must now do things that morally they don't believe in. But for survival, they end up doing it. Because Tebogo, with his big belly, has got some apartment not far from there, can then take advantage of this young girl and say, I'll accommodate you. This poor girl has got no choice. It's either she takes a chance for day 5 to sleep at the community hall with no shower inside campus and wakes up in the morning. She's the last one to leave campus and first one to leave, last one to, yeah. But it's a problem. They end up giving in to this problem. When you find out, NSFAS University, Nenzane, NSFAS says we did not get the registration data. University says we send it to NSFAS, creating a big problem. So I'm happy that meeting is sitting. But that meeting can't just be a talk shop. That meeting must come out with tangible solutions that will be practically implemented in a very short space of time. It can be. I mean, these poor kids, many of them would have fallen pregnant to these prey guys. Probably gotten sick because these ones, if they see that you are desperate, they even take advantage. They don't even use protection. It can be. So you are creating a social problem for South Africa. These kids should have, SASSA has taken care of them for 18 years. They're out of that, they want to make a better life for themselves. And then you throw them to the wolves. They then go there and get, within 5 months, the undesirable degrees. They come back with a different kind of a degree back home, who will also now must be on the support system of government. We don't have that. The government, you are creating problems for government. Because it's a vicious cycle where instead of the number of people decreasing on social grants, they go up because we here are creating a problem for government. And when we tell you, we're accused, yeah, hey, that committee, it can be. It can be. Some of us don't sleep. I don't know, you see, since I've been in this meeting, I'm sure my phone has rang 30 times. And I can tell you, when I return those calls, it will either be accommodation providers who are not paid, who want to evict students. Because they say, why must I owe the municipality so much. I don't have Wi-Fi, I don't have, so these people are not paying us. Or it will be students who universities are refusing them to graduate. Others, they allow you to do your master's at the end of the 2 years, after completing Barnoman, because of section 4 of the recruitment policy of the institution. We can withdraw your degree at any time. Well, we're not, I think we did not admit you correctly. After being there for 2 years, having paid them, by the way, 2 years, when you are supposed to graduate, they tell you, no, we can't. They're using some piece of legislation there. No consequence management on who would have admitted these people. Because if I apply, you admit me. It's not my fault. Unless I paid, because there are those ones who are naughty, who pay for admissions. So when you put that program together, Deputy Minister, it must be clear that this is a document that comes from Council for gender equality. It says, institution one, these are the recommendation. Got all of them. Then you do an action plan. And when you come here, I'll bring AG that day. And I'll say, AG, help me here. Is this plan a smart plan according to your standard? Because you guys sometimes you just bring things, you just want to confuse us. Bringing things that you know, even yourself, you'll not be able to measure yourself. Is this thing did we achieve it or not? We can't measure the achievability of this plan that we put. So I'll bring AG on that day. And I'll say, AG, come, let's deal with this. Because it can be. We ought to, working together, we ought to make sure that we make a meaningful impact to the lives of our people out there. Be it those who I think it's on one of your slides, when somebody speaks about LGBTQIA plus community. You are saying, you know, for me it's measurable, Honorable Governor. They are saying there, let's have a standard policy on, because your policy on GBV speaks about men and women, of one institution, speaks about men and women. GBV can be lecturer, student worker, but it does not speak about inclusive. They don't include LGBTQI plus community. So you see there, when you say to them, go develop I'm sure you can have a draft and say, all universities, I want you to, on this particular one, consider incorporating this one. Then it makes sense. You are able to measure, you are able to say, department, that's where you can come in and shine. You just go to CG and CG. What do you think the policy could be? They give you, in high school, we used to call it memo, Baufa memo. You take it as it is, UEFA institution or institution. It's unkinyang this day. It's very easy. You know, so we deal with it that way. And then we're going to have that meeting in the next term. We're closing soon, so it's been a very long term for us. We're very tired. So we're going to, when we release the program, we're going to put that date. Hopefully it will be one of the longer days, longer meetings. When we open the committee week, was look at it if we're not on oversight. Yeah, so we'll start at 9 and finish around 5. Have a proper one-on-one with the department. Having said that, I want to thank you, Chair, CEO, senior management, everybody, including those who did not speak, who came with CGE. Yeah, they will start next time, I agree. From the department, thank you very much. What do you want to say, Deputy Minister?
The Chair, ke kopa a finite deadline. In other words, indicate when it must be ready.
Now we'll tell you as soon
All
as
right.
we're finalized.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, thank you very much. We're now going to the House to support the budget of the presidency. Thank you very much. We'll talk, we'll talk after here. We'll deal with the minutes on Friday, members. We are meeting on Friday. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.